Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were in
lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were in a.
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were in a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I
got a mess to clean up, guys.
Yeah.
Virtual prom.
There's my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call...
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/our stories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
You come at the K, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Giant! Omaha! I'm out!
And then a lot of states ended up having gay marriage and common law marriage, which I think is very confusing, because what happens if you just end up with like two loser dudes sharing the same crappy apartment for a couple years? It's been known to happen. Both working part-time at the pizza place, hanging out every weekend. A few years goes by, boom, they're married. See them at a party, they're newlyweds. I didn't know Tony and Jim were gay. They're married now? When did they fall in love? They didn't. They just never got full-time jobs.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika, and Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The
He only had
Tigers
3 rings.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. the winning points from North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and state red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field, marring then the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshmazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshmazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop! Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Omaha! Come out!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Me out to the ball game. Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take me out to the ball game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take me out to the ball game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game.
Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and like, look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. And see, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are gonna melt and we're all gonna flood. No, we're not. We're not all gonna flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye. Here's a canoe. Get to safety.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
My wife quit sugar in January because she ate cookies like a monster through December. And on January 1st came marching into the kitchen. That's it. I'm never eating sugar again. Yes, you are. And you're going to eat more than you ever ate before. And not because you're weak, but because you're a human being. And you get sad sometimes. And to stop yourself from slitting your own throat, eat a cookie once in a while.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Omaha! I'm out!
Take me out to the ball game. Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take me out to the ball game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take me out to the ball game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. or catch the instant replay.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormons. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers, an Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika, and Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17. Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
I have friends in my life that don't eat bread anymore. They don't eat bread. They don't eat bread. They're going to lose 3.5 pounds. No one's ever going to know. And they don't eat bread. Why are you even here? Could you imagine no toast in the morning with butter for the rest of your life? Kill yourself. Make some room for people who know how to live.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre doing the challenge. Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball comes through. Touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown, and there's number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer, and Janis does not stop it. Oh, please.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. I want to thank God. I'm going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I'll say the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Mayorga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s proves its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
You're in Braves country.
You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, for Game 6 of the National League Championship Series. The stage is set for Ian Anderson and your Atlanta Braves, who are one win away from punching their ticket to the World Series for the first time in 22 years. And in their way are the defending world champion Los Angeles Dodgers and Walker Buehler on 3 days rest. So crack you open a cold one, grab you an armchair. It's Braves, it's Dodgers, it's win or go home for LA, and winning you're in for Atlanta right here on YouTube Live. Welcome, boys and girls. I'm Mac McGee, and I'm set to bring you tonight's action as the Atlanta Braves clash with the LA Dodgers. Looking at the LA Dodgers lineup, it's Mookie Betts leading off, playing right field. At shortstop and batting second is Corey Seager, hitting .306 on the year. Trey Turner will be at second base once again and batting third. And Will Smith behind the plate, the catcher, 25 home runs on the year and batting cleanup. Hitting fifth, the red-hot bat of Chris Taylor, coming off of 3 home runs the other night. And he's playing third base tonight. Cody Bellinger is in center field and batting sixth. And A.J. Pollock is in left field from the right-hand side of the plate, batting seventh. Matt Beattie is your first baseman tonight from the left-hand side. And Walker Buehler going off of 3 games rest. The only other career start on 3 games rest was earlier in these playoffs versus the San Francisco Giants. Buehler went 4 1/3 innings, 2 earned runs in that game 4 against San Francisco. The Atlanta Braves, when they come to bat as the home team, it'll be Eddie Rosario leading off from the left-hand side of the plate and playing left field. Freddie Freeman is back in the 2 spot and playing first base. Ozzie Albies, switch hitter, is back at the number 3 spot as they flip-flopped a few nights ago. And Austin Riley, your third baseman, is batting cleanup. Adam Duvall is your center fielder from the right-hand side of the plate and 38 home runs on the year. Jock Peterson is in right field, and he's batting sixth from the left-hand side of the plate. And Dansby Swanson from the right-hand side of the plate and playing shortstop is batting seventh. Travis d'Arnaud is your hind catcher, and it'll be Ian Anderson pitching for the Atlanta Braves. Ian Anderson pitched in game number 2 of this series and was banged around a little bit. He hopes to have a better outing tonight. If you're just missing, or if you missed the information earlier in the day and actually broke last night, Max Scherzer will not pitch tonight as he was originally supposed to be the game 6 starter. He's citing a dead arm. He did say this afternoon during an interview that he thinks he will be ready to take the ball for game 7. He said it's a dead arm, quote, spring training type of injury. Said his arm is cooked. He threw today and said he felt a lot better. So Walker Buehler on 3 days rest will take the hill. Freddie Freeman and the Atlanta Braves have been asked mercilessly, about the narrative that the Braves blew a 3-1 series lead to these Dodgers last year and were up 3-1 and could not end it the other night to take it 3-2. He said, quote, only one way to kill the narrative, and that's to win. And Ozzie Albies said that there was a closed-door team meeting today to talk about it. I honestly believe that this is much to do about nothing. This is the national media trying to stir something up. First of all, the Braves last year, totally different team. They did not have the starting pitching that they do this year. Now, this year they are without Acuna. They're without Ozuna. But there's also another big factor in this game that everyone seems to be looking over, and that is the fact that the games last year were played in a bubble. They were not played in Los Angeles and in Atlanta. And there's a big difference between blowing a 3-1 series lead in Los Angeles, in Texas in a bubble, and blowing it when you've got 2 more games in Atlanta. This is still a young squad and they're still learning. And the Dodgers definitely have the advantage with all their experience and their huge payroll. But I do believe Atlanta's going to play much better tonight. And I think it was wise for them to flip Freddie and Ozzie Albies back to where they were. They had been in that same batting order, the two of them, for the last several weeks. And to take them out of there might have taken them out of their comfort. Freddie did hit that home run, but they've gone back to what I think is probably their best batting order, having Eddie Rosario lead off and having Dansby Swanson in front of Darno. Remember, beginning of the playoffs, Swanson was down below Darno. Darno in the playoffs is hitting an abysmal 179. So you've got to put him at the bottom in front of the pitcher spot. The only thing that you don't like about this is that Rosario and Freddie are going back to back. So when they bring a lefty in to face them, they're going to have that advantage of going back to back lefties. But I think that can be looked past, considering the fact that the Dodgers really only have 2 lefties in their bullpen. Walker Buehler is the starter, and you go from there, and you just have to worry about putting good wood on the ball. And Freddie hits lefties well. Rosario's been hitting lefties well this postseason. I think it's a great idea to make them face the 2 hottest batters in our lineup right now at the top of the order as much as they can. We're almost set here for Atlanta Braves baseball as Ian Anderson's taking his last few pitches, and we'll be ready to bring you game number 6. If the Atlanta Braves win, the series is over, and they will head to the World Series for the first time since 1999 to take on the Houston Astros, a battle of the South. We will have the entire World Series right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. And Ian Anderson's finishing up his last few pitchers, and we are about set for Braves baseball. I'm Mac McGee and been following the Braves for, I guess this is right at 40 years. And it has been an absolute pleasure bringing this series to you. Hopefully we can all celebrate together tonight. But all is not lost. This isn't do or die, though the media will try to spin that. It's not do or die for Atlanta. They have Charlie Morton going to the Hill tomorrow, and you got a guy coming off a dead arm saying he's going to try to pitch tomorrow night. I wouldn't expect much from Scherzer. So you're going to have a worn-out bullpen, essentially. They're hoping Buehler can go 2.5 times through the lineup. But on short rest, that's probably pushing it. I think you're probably better off expecting, if you're Robertson, he's going to go 3. You're going to try to get 4 innings out of him. And if the Braves can work the count on Buehler, that would be a huge, huge advantage. We're almost set for the first pitch. Looks like the last warm-ups are coming. And Braves baseball is about underway. Behind home plate tonight, you have Lance Barksdale. What's the story on him? He's been known to be overly sensitive behind the plate. I don't think he'll be throwing people out in a postseason game, but he made an infamous, terrible call in the 2019 World Series, and the Nationals manager got into it with him. Trip Gibson's your first base umpire. Jordan Baker is second. Meals is at third. Here's the first pitch from Ian Anderson. It's a fastball on the inside corner, and it's 0-1. Mookie Betts hitting 349, 1 home run in this postseason. Always a pest on the base pass. And here's second pitch, 94 miles an hour, just inside, and it's 1-1. James Hoy is your left field umpire, and Mark Carlson, who was behind the plate last night, is down the right field line. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt, and it is 2-1. Mookie did not offer at it as they did check down the first base line. So Mookie digs in on a 2-1 pitch, excuse me. And here's the delivery from Anderson, and it is swung on, hit high into center field, but playable. And underneath it is Adam Duvall for the first out. Atlanta nothing, Los Angeles nothing. We're just getting underway. We're live here as it was an 8:08 first pitch in Atlanta. Ian Anderson on the mound for the Atlanta Braves. Walker Buehler will be pitching for the Dodgers. Digging in is Corey Seager. And from the left-hand side, it is changeup low and outside the zone. It's 1-0. The Dodgers did make a roster move. Joe Kelly, here's the 1-0 pitch, and there's another changeup in the dirt, and it's 2-0. Joe Kelly was taking off the playoff roster, and the lefty David Price has been added to the Dodgers roster. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's a fastball wide and outside the zone. It's 3-0 to Seager. Seager batting .306 on the year, .205 in the playoffs. Here comes the 3-0 pitch to Seager, and it is a fastball, and they jammed him inside. He swung at it, and Ozzy's got it. He'll toss it to first, and there's 2 away. Nice jam job by Ian Anderson, not just laying it in there. And Seager was swinging on 3-0. And there's 2 quick outs to begin the bottom of the first. Braves nothing, Dodgers nothing. Ian Anderson has struggled in the first inning, a 6.58 ERA in the first inning. So if he can get out of this first unscathed, you like his chances as his numbers go down dramatically. Trey Turner takes the first pitch for a ball as it's a changeup in the dirt, and it's 1-0. 1-0 delivery from Anderson, and it's swung on and missed. Changeup that dropped out of the zone inside, and it's 1-1. We can't say it enough. Atlanta has not been in the World Series in 22 years. That is what is on the line tonight. The battery is full. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a changeup just below the knees, called for a ball, and it's 2-1. When Anderson is going well, that changeup is dancing all over the place. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. We'll have a 2-2 count to Turner. 1 strike away from getting out of the first inning. A big inning for Ian Anderson. Truist Park is on their feet. They are here to root on the Braves. A huge underdog story. More on that later on. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is taken for a ball. They check down the third base line. Blue says he did not go around, and it'll be a full count to Trey Turner. 3-2 pitch fastball down the pipe, and it's fouled back. Turner had to extend to just make contact, and it'll be 3-2 once again. We'll keep you abreast of all the college football action as there's a lot of games that happened earlier today, and there's games going on. Here's a 3-2 pitch. It swung on and missed. Strike 3. Yak him. Sit him down. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Atlanta nothing. Dodgers nothing. The Braves grab the bats.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like
thank you for the plasma TV,
or
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar,
and
don't use your toothbrush,
or limited time introducing
I'm still in the house,
and many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards.
Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball as the Atlanta Braves and LA Dodgers are scoreless here to start off the game. LA went 3 up and 3 down, and the Braves will grab the bats. It'll be Eddie Rosario, Freddie Freeman, and Ozzie Albies. If anybody gets on, Austin Riley. Atlanta would love to get out to an early lead, take some of the pressure off of Ian Anderson, let the crowd get into it. Eddie Rosario hitting .471 in this postseason is leading off with Freddie Freeman right behind him, 303 clip. And Ozzie Albies, I think he's due. He's yet to go yard. He's had kind of a ho-hum playoffs, and Austin Riley's been a bit cold as well. So hopefully they can get into it. The big thing I think Atlanta would be looking for is try to run that pitch count up of Walker Buehler. Atlanta's been known to try to ambush, but you would play right into his hands if he can have quick innings, as he's going on 3 days rest for the first time, for the second time in his career, and the first time in the NLCS. Here's the first pitch from Buehler. It's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, swung on and fouled back, and it's 0-1. Rosario, 2 home runs and 8 RBIs in this postseason. Acquired in a trade. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's low and at the knees. Fastball, 96 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. Rosario was acquired in a trade for the Panda, Pablo Sandoval, and cash considerations. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is shot into left field for a leadoff single. Eddie Rosario gets on, and here come the Braves. Crowd is leaping to their feet, dancing around. They'll have the chop going soon with Freddie Freeman heading to the plate. Both of these teams playing for the right to face the Houston Astros as they knocked out the Boston Red Sox last night. Boston's bats just went ice cold as they had a 2-1 series lead. Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. It's a 98-mile-an-hour pitch way and high outside the zone, and it's 1-0. I do believe Roberts, the skipper of Los Angeles, is trying to play mind games. He had some interesting quotes I'll get into here in a second as Freddie gets ready for the second pitch. 1-0 pitch, and it swung on and hammered foul up against the screen over the Dodger dugout, and it's 1-1. He made a comment that said history is a haunting thing. I do believe he believes that they can get into the Braves' heads. I'll say it again. I cannot compare this to last year. Last year, a different squad realistically, and it was in a bubble. This is back to real baseball. If the Braves wanted to play that same narrative, they could play the old, well, your championship has an asterisk on it. So here's the 1-1 pitch after the throw to first, and it swung on, and it's shot over to second. It's going to be a quick double play as Freddie Freeman hits it right into the teeth of the defense, and just 6 pitches into the inning, and Buehler's got 2 outs. That's exactly what Walker Buehler's looking for. Top of that Braves lineup, not patient hitters whatsoever. So they either get on there hot and fast, or just like that, there's 2 away. That'll bring up Ozzie Albies. And he'll dig into the plate with the open stance from the left-hand side. And it's 97 miles an hour down the pipe, taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. Pitch to Ozzie, swung on, fouled way back out of play. Looked like a fastball once again, and it's 0-2. That might have been the cutter. He'll throw a knuckle curve, a 4-seamer, a cutter. Those are his main 3 pitches. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Ozzie, and it is a 4-seam fastball up around the eyes, and it's 1-2. You'd like to see Ozzie at least work the count, even if you can't get on. Have Buehler labor a little bit. 1-2 pitch is in the dirt, and it gets away from Smith, but Ozzie did not swing, so we'll do it again at 2-2. Smith will get a new ball. Sold out park in Atlanta, Georgia. ESPN had an article out earlier today, and believe it or not, they were trying to sell a narrative that the Dodgers were huge underdogs. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and hit high and deep into right field, off the wall, and Ozzie Albies is going to motor around first base and slide into second, and just like that, Ozzie's gotten it going for a 2-out double, bringing Austin Riley to the plate. I've been saying all day that I thought that he was due. I mentioned it here early in the broadcast. I thought that actually might have been gone. He actually jackrabbited that thing, and I think in a lot of stadiums it is gone. We have such a high right field. That thing was hit, shot. It may or may not have cleared other stadiums, but it went over the 375 line. It hit the brick wall, came off the wall. Ozzie speed made it an easy double. And Riley digs in for the first pitch and swung on. Looked like the slider fouled back, and it's 0-1. Austin Riley just hitting .229 this postseason, does have 2 home runs, and they've been big ones. But outside of that, has not hit the way he has in the regular season. I believe he should be in line for as many MVP votes as anybody. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's 96 miles an hour outside, and it's 1-1. Austin Riley hit .303 with 33 home runs, 107 RBIs on a team that made the playoffs. Some of the others, not to take anything away from them, guys like Tatis and Harper, they're sitting at home and have been all October. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it's 2-1. Now, I know I look through this with red and blue colored glasses, so it's hard for me to separate it, but I feel Riley deserves the MVP, and he's played phenomenally in the field as well. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Riley, slider on the outside part and drops off the plate, it's 2-2. Walker Buehler, by the way, is up to 15 pitches, which is what you wanted. You'd like to see him averaging between 15 and 20. I think 60-ish, maybe 70-ish would be his limit coming off of 3 days rest. You can't wreck the kid's arm long term. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Buehler, and it's a slider. Did he hold up? He held up, and it's going to be a full count at 3-2. They appealed down the first base line to Tripp Gibson, and Tripp said, no, sir. And as they show that review, he definitely laid off it. I think when you don't have a runaway MVP, you got to give the nod to the guy that made the playoffs. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on and hit high and deep into left field. It's going to rattle over the wall, bouncing over the left field wall on a ground rule double. The Braves lead it 1-0 on an RBI double by Austin Riley. And the crowd's into it. The dugout's into it. These are the two guys that have been kind of cold, and instantly 2 back-to-back doubles will bring the bat of Adam Duvall to the plate. He hung that pitch, and Riley didn't miss it. They were playing Riley a little bit straight away, almost shading right, and he yanked it down the line. A little surprised that they wouldn't have Riley played more honestly. Here's the first pitch to Adam Duvall, and it's a fastball inside called for a strike, one of those 50-50 strikes, and it's 0-1. Adam Duvall batting .258 this postseason with a home run and 4 RBIs. Of course, he stole that home run in game number 4. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is called outside for a ball, just missing the corner, and it's 1-1. Like that might have been the cutter, and it just missed. Adam Duvall trying to get Riley home. Riley was not the best speed, but is a decent base runner. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Buehler, swung on, and it's fisted into center field, high, but playable and not very deep, and that's going to be the end of the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves take a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. You're listening to Braves Baseball. We'll be back in a flash. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. And Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my! That looks like 1955. Holy cow! Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC! SEC!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Tell you one thing, that's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves took a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first inning. The Dodgers are grabbing the bats, and the LA Dodgers will be sending to the plate this inning to face Ian Anderson, Will Smith, Chris Taylor off his 3-home run night the other night, and Cody Bellinger. So yeah, the ESPN website released a really goofy article this morning singing the songs and praises of how the Dodgers are underdogs and against all odds was the name of it. Here's the first pitch to Smith. It's a curveball at the knees, and it's 0-1. A team with the biggest payroll in baseball defending world champions. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on, curveball, hammered foul, and it's 0-2. And they're trying to sell you the narrative that there's some kind of an underdog. Like, again, the Braves Twitter absolutely killed them. It cracked me up. They say, really? We're missing Acuna. We're missing Ozuna. Soroka never threw a pitch. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and fisted foul down the left field line. We'll do it again at 0-2. I think we've all become way too familiar with the national narrative that just consistently tries to sell you. And it's not just the Los Angeles Dodgers. It's any big market team. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on, and it hit high and deep into left field. But just before the warning track, Rosario's out. Rosario's underneath it. It's out number one. And everyone has a collective sigh, including Ian Anderson, kind of straightened his bill of his cap of that ball did not go where he wanted it to go. He just missed that. Here's a guy you don't want to throw a tater pitch to. Chris Taylor, 3 home runs the other night. First time ever in an elimination game in the playoffs that someone hit 3 home runs. Here's the first pitch to Taylor, and it swung on, fouled back, change up, and it's 0-1. Braves lead at 1-0 off the RBI double from Riley after Ozzie Albies reached on a double, a 2-out double. Both hits coming with 2 outs. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and they're going to check, see if his swing went around. It did. Gibson calls it a strike, and it's 0-2. Love to have a shutdown inning after getting that lead run. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Ian Anderson. And the delivery, it swung on and missed. Changeup that dropped out of the zone. Strikeout. Number 2 for Anderson, and out number 2. That'll bring the dangerous bat of Cody Bellinger to the plate. Hitting 165 on the 2021 season and 10 home runs, but he battled injuries all year long. Don't let that fool you. 355 in the postseason, including that mammoth shot that he hit against Luke Jackson. If it wasn't for that, there never would have been a Game 5. The Braves would be resting up right now. So Bellinger, who had been hitting way deep into the lineup, including number 8, he has been moved up to the 6th hole. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-0. On deck is A.J. Pollock. He went yard as well the other night. Matt Beattie in the hole. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a changeup not offered by Bellinger, and it's 2-0. Bellinger with a good batter's eye when he's hitting well. I don't know if he's going to chase these lower changeups with no strikes. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and he spits on that one. It's another changeup on the outside part of the plate, and low, it's 3-0. 3-0 count to Bellinger. Definitely don't want to just lay one in there, clinging to a 1-0 lead. Here's a 3-0 pitch, and it's a fastball at the letters, little outside, and it's 3-1. A.J. Pollock standing on deck, batting .290 in the playoffs with 2 home runs and 8 RBIs. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it swung on, roasted just right of the second base. But Ozzie Albies is standing right there. He'll squeeze it, toss it. That's it. We get out of the inning. We head to the bottom of 2. The Braves grab the bats. Jocktober, Lieutenant Dan, and Darnode are heading to the plate. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Slide here is your X, but if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms are post, thumbs ups are crosser, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0. We're early in the game, heading to the bottom of the second inning, and the Braves have the bottom of the order due up in Peterson, Swanson, and Travis d'Arnaud. And here's Jock Peterson digging into the left-hand side of the plate. Walker Buehler, by the way, having to labor in that first inning. That's got to be a good news to Braves fans and the Atlanta Braves. Jock Peterson steps out of the box to regroup, and he's going to dig back in. Here's the first pitch to Jock Peterson. He's facing a shift to the right side, and he swings at the first pitch, and he shoots it over to the left side. Good play by Seager, almost a self-defense play. Jock hit it hard, but right at the shortstop. He lines out for out number 1. It's going to bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. 27 home runs on the year. He's batting just .235. No home runs, 1 RBI, and a .500 OPS in the postseason. Here's the first pitch to Swanson. He takes it for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Buehler, 22 pitches on the evening so far. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a sinker, called for a strike, 95-mile-an-hour sinker, kind of a two-seam action, and it's 0-2. 0-2 pitch to Dansby. As he digs in, Buehler working a little faster and swung on, and he is going to roll foul. He knocks it foul to the third base side, and it rolled about halfway up the line and then curved for a foul. So we'll do it again at 0-2. Travis d'Arnaud stands on deck. If anybody gets on, Ian Anderson. You'd love to clear the pitcher in this inning. Swanson getting back into the box as he looks like he got a new bat at 0-2 count and swung on and missed. Slider just off this left side of the plate. And it's a strikeout. It's 2 away in the bottom of the second. Nasty pitch. It was out of the strike zone, but it's got to be hard to lay off of that from a righty versus righty. One of Buehler's better pitches that he likes to go to with 2 strikes. So this will bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate as he tries to get something going here. And bottom of the second, swung on and ripped up the middle, and it is backhanded by Turner. Turner leaps back up, throws it over to first, but after about 3 bounces, it finally makes it to first, in and out of Beatty's glove. Travis d'Arnaud had already crossed the base. It'll be an infield single with 2 away, and that will clear the pitcher. So that's the big thing. We'll at least get the pitcher cleared here in the bottom of the second. Big play. You would hope that the powers that be in that dugout would be telling Anderson to just sit there and take the first 2 strikes. Make Buehler labor a little bit. First pitch is swung on and fouled back, and it's 0-1. No such luck. Ian Anderson, 2 for 37 in the regular season, batting 160. He's 0 for 1 in the postseason, so not much of a threat. So you'd like to see him take as many pitches as possible, but a lot of these pitchers don't like to do that. Here's a 0-1 pitch, fastball at the knees, little low, but they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt to 0-2. Tend to see that a lot when there's a pitcher at the plate. If it's anywhere close to the zone, they're going to call it. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's swung on, slider in the dirt, strike 3, and that'll end the inning, but not before the Braves clear the pitcher. Walker Buehler's up to 28 pitches. We head to the top of the third inning. The Braves lead it by 1.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. If I'm audible, I'll use
Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders!
Omaha!
I'm out!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. As the Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0. We're heading to the top of the third inning, and the Dodgers will be grabbing the bats. And with that, it'll be Pollock, Beatty, and Buehler coming to the plate. Ian Anderson so far, 27 pitches on the evening. So not terrible, but not what you would call quick innings. And A.J. Pollock sets up. He's batting .290 in this postseason with 2 home runs, .297 hitter in 2021 with 21 home runs. Here's first pitch for Pollock as he digs in. And it is a changeup inside, and it's 1-0. 89 mile an hour changeup. His changeup will range anywhere between the mid 80s to the high 80s. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's another changeup in the dirt, 89 miles an hour, and it's 2-0. On deck is Beatty, lefty. And then you have the pitcher spot, so we'll see what they do there. I think the plan was to have the Buehler go a little further than this. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is a fastball inside. And excuse me, swing knocks it foul, and we'll do it again at 2-1. That was one of those pitches that went a little inside, and by the time Pollock tried to get out of the way, he banged it foul. If the Braves win, they head to the World Series, and it's the executive's worst nightmare, right? Here's a 2-1 pitch, and it's swung on and fouled down the third base line. We'll do it again at 2-2. They were thinking LA and Boston, and they might be getting Georgia and Texas. I say let's give it to them. Here's a 2-0 pitch. 2-2 pitch from Pollock. Anderson delivery, and it is a shot into the gap. Duvall loses his balance, and the ball bounces behind him. Rosario's going to grab it, get it back in after it goes off the wall. I think Duvall's okay. The ball had some weird English to it, and Duvall was chasing it to his right, and the ball, when it hit the ground, shot back over his left shoulder. So he lost balance, but it doesn't look like he was injured. He slid a little bit, and that's what caused him to lose the balance. He slid on that outfield grass, and thankfully wasn't injured. So there's going to be a runner on second, nobody out. And Matt Beatty comes to the plate. Here's the first pitch, and it's 94 miles an hour outside the zone, high, and it's 1-0. Beatty 1 for 10 in the postseason. Through 8 games, has primarily been a pinch hitter. They like his bat from the left-hand side. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it swung on, hit into left field, but Rosario's underneath it. He'll put it away, and there's one away with the pitcher spot coming up. huge out there. The fastball that was left up a little high, but it was shot right to Rosario. Good play by Rosario. The Braves trying to get out of this mess. There's one on, runner on second. One out now, and Walker Buehler, the pitcher, comes up. Here's the first pitch, and it's a slider on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Buehler, 101 batting average in the regular season. Your typical batting pitcher is going to try to put something in play and hope that it falls. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Anderson to Buehler. It swung on and missed, slider, and it's 0-2. Mookie Betts stands on deck. Ian Anderson gets the call from Darnode, looks in. He's ready for the delivery. 0-2 pitch. Here comes the delivery, and it is fastball high and outside the zone. Buehler stays off of it, and it's 1-2. Real quick on your college football scoreboard, Alabama leads Tennessee 21-14 at the half. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Anderson. It swung on and missed, strike three. Big strike out there, but now you face the dangerous bat of Mookie Betts. Pittsburgh 27-17 winners over Clemson earlier. Miami has a 14-10 lead over North Carolina State in the second. Michigan pulled away from Northwestern 33-7. Oklahoma, they had a scare today. They win 35-23, and Ohio State's all over Indiana 30-27. Oregon beat UCLA, and USC and Notre Dame at 17-3 with Southern Cal driving. A&M's pounding South Carolina 28-0. Here's the first pitch to Mookie Betts, and it is a fastball at the knees, called for a strike, 95 miles an hour. Mookie doesn't like it, but it's 0-1. Braves lead it 1-0. Clinging to that 1-0 lead. Trying to get out of this mess with Mookie Betts at the plate. We know how dangerous of a bat he is. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Mookie, and it is a fastball swung on and fisted over to third. Riley's got it, fires it over to first. It's out. We're out of the inning. We head to the bottom of the third. Let's get some runs and some breathing room, Braves. The Braves lead it 1-0.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Nix again with 36 seconds left. Ball at the left hash mark. Two wide outs to the right, one to the left. Florida's got the big rush on Nix. He floats one in the end zone. It is called touchdown Auburn. Sanders caught it. Touchdown Auburn. Touchdown Auburn. Frank Sanders from Nix. Auburn's ahead. Auburn's ahead. Touchdown of 8 yards. Nix to Sanders. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Auburn has done it again. Ball game is over. I have seen it, but I do not believe it. Yes, the streak is alive. Auburn 36, Gators 33. Number 1 has fallen by the wayside.
That's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back, Braves country. The Atlanta Braves, well, we're a third of the way there. So we lead at 1-0, but I'd like to get some breathing room. How about y'all? This becomes more and more tense the deeper we get into the postseason, the deeper you get into the season. For people that try to tell you baseball is tense and on the edge of your seat sports, they've never watched the postseason. Every pitch can turn the game on a dime. The Braves got their leadoff. The Braves got their go-ahead run in the bottom of the first inning with a 2-out RBI double from Riley that sent Ozzie Albies home, who had just hit a double himself. So that's all the scoring so far. Dodgers just had a scoring threat. Pollock reached on a leadoff double, but they were unable to move him over. And here comes Eddie Rosario, 0 for 1 on the night. And the first pitch to Rosario swung on and popped up, can of corn into right outside the infield into shallow right field. Trey Turner's got it. It's one pitch, 1 out, and sit down Rosario. There's 1 away. Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. Freddie Freeman, I think I said he was 0 for 1. Rosario was 1 for 1, now 1 for 2, excuse me. Freddie Freeman hit into a double play his first time up, and here's a fastball in the inside part of the zone high. It's taken for a strike. It's 0-1. 0-1 pitch to Freddie as he faces the shift, and it's another fastball way outside on the black. Good pitch by Buehler, and it's quickly 0-2. Closest person to the left side of the infield is Seager. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's in the dirt. Curveball banged off the batter's box, and it's 1-2. Seager is playing about where a shortstop would normally play in double play depth. Everybody else is right of second base. So anything down the third base line is wide open. Here's the 1-2 pitch, trying to get Freddie to fish, but he lays off of it. It's 2-2. Looked like it was a slider that spit the bit, and here we go. 2-2 pitch to Freddie, and swung on and hit down the third base side, but it's going to go way foul into the dugout. And it's 2-2 once again. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Freddie, and it's high and outside the zone. It's 3-2. Fastball that what was almost pitch out depth. Ohio State just scored another touchdown, by the way. 38-7 almost as they're getting the extra point. And 3-2 pitch to Freddie, swung on, fouled back to the left-hand side. We'll do it again. Fastball that was jam shot. We'll do it again at 3-2. That's the national ABC game of the night, is Ohio State and Indiana. 3-2 pitch to Freddie, and they set up outside, swung on, and he just got a piece of that, popped it foul and back out of play. We'll do it again with a full count. If nothing else, Freddie's making Buehler work. 38th pitch on the night. Not too high of a pitch count. as the second inning was a pretty quick inning for Bueller. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Freddie, and it is missed. High ball 4. Freddie, take your free pass and jog down to first. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie Albies hit a double, just missing a home run the last time up. And Ozzie and Freddie got something cooking here in the bottom of the third. Braves trying to expand this lead, get some breathing room. Dodgers trying to get as much out of Bueller as they can. They're playing Ozzie on a shift, and Seager's playing him in on the grass. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie. It's a fastball wide and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Fastball not hitting the location past few pitches for Bueller. You wonder how much he's got in him. Second time he will have gone on 3 days rest in this postseason. 1-0 pitch swung on and hit foul down the line, out of play. 93 miles an hour down the pipe, and it's 1-1. Doing some research on this, and the biggest thing they say when you do this short rest, obviously the first thing that goes is your legs, and when your legs are tired, that's when you elevate the ball, and that's where the problems come into play. Here's the 1-1 pitch swung on and ripped foul down the first base line this time, and it's 1-2. Ball looked to be a little inside. Ozzie thought he got a hold of one that he could do some damage with. Freddie stands on first. There's one away. Ozzie's got a 1-2 count on him now. And here's the 1-2 pitch. And it is a knuckle curve that drops out of the zone. Good eye by Ozzie, and it's 2-2. Braves lead at 1-0. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. And it's swung on and missed, strike 3. Like a slider that just came over the top. And that'll be 2 away now for Austin Riley, who's 1 for 1 with the double. He'll see if he can get Freddie home. Just missed making contact with that ball. Bueller now up to 44 pitches. Here's the first pitch, and it's swung on by Riley, hammered down the line and out of play. It's 0-1. I think that was a slider that Riley got a hold of last time that just kind of hung over the plate, and he was able to pull it down the left field line. Got too much of the plate, so he may not see that pitch just as bad. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Riley. It swung on, and it's rifled into left field. Fastball that he turned on a dime with, and you got runners on first and second, but 2 away. And that's going to bring up Adam Duvall to the plate. Can Duvall get something going here? Adam Duvall, you got to figure anything he could get into the outfield would probably score Freddie. He doesn't have the best speed, but he is an excellent base runner. So here's the situation. It's runners on first and second, 2 away. The right-handed Bueller facing the right-handed Adam Duvall, who's 0 for 1 on the night. He's batting .222 in the postseason with 1 home run, or .250 in the postseason with 1 home run, .222 in this series. And here's the first pitch by Bueller. And he fires and delivers, and it swung on and missed. Slider outside the zone, and it's 0-1. Nice pitch by Bueller. Looked like it was a ball that was going to end up around the knees, and By the time Duvall decided to pull the trigger, that thing was falling off the table. 0-1 pitch to Duvall. Runners on first and second, 2 away. The Braves lead 1-0. Game 6. Here's the fastball on the inside part of the plate, 97 miles an hour. Duvall could do nothing but take that. That got right inside his kitchen, and it's 0-2. Braves lead the series 3-2 in a best of 7. They win. They head to the World Series to face the Astros. If the Dodgers win, we're back at it tomorrow night. A little earlier pitch time. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Nasty slider just outside the zone, and that'll do it. We'll head to the top of the 4th inning. The Braves lead it 1-0.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. Our house is not a home without some love.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Braves lead it by the slimmest of margins, 1-0. As we head to the top of the 4th, the Dodgers will be sending Corey Seager, Trey Turner, and Will Smith to the plate. If anybody gets on, the dangerous hot bat of Chris Taylor. Braves had a rally killed in the last half of the inning, runners on first and second. Duvall could not get them home. So to lead off the bottom of the 4th inning, we'll have Jocktober, Swanson, and Darnode coming to the plate. Braves trying to reach the World Series for the first time since 1999. Here's the first pitch. Seager, and it's a fastball high and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Darnode had to reach high, almost went to the backstop. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball just missed inside to Seager, and it's 2-0. Seager batting 200 in this postseason, does have 2 home runs. Of course, one of the more dangerous left-handed bats in all of baseball. Here's a pitch, and it swung on and hit high, but playable to Peterson out in right field, and it's 1 away. He had to kind of reach for that and was off his front foot when he swung. Couldn't get a lot of power on that 2-0 fastball. So Atlanta leads at 1-0. 1 away here in the 4th. And here comes Trey Turner. Came over in the trade that brought him and Max Scherzer. 1-0 pitch. First pitch is high for 1-0. Another fastball that was way out of the zone. And 1-0 pitch is a slider outside on the knees, and it's 1-1. Turner does not like it as he's barking at Blue. Looked like one of those that may have clipped the outside of the zone. A 50-50 strike. And here comes the 1-1 pitch from Anderson. It's a fastball at the knees. Now that one was a strike and they called it a ball. I don't know if that was a makeup pitch or what. Anderson's kind of smiling on the mound like, are you serious right now? Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a slider missed low, and it's now 3-1. Trey Turner with a 3-1 count. Will Smith on deck. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it is a fastball. Might have been the changeup, swung over and missed just off the plate and inside, and it's 3-2. So we'll have a full count here. Braves fans are coming to their feet to root on Anderson. The 49th pitch of the night, and it is way down below the zone. Looked like the changeup that banged off the dirt, and it's a 1-out walk. Will Smith coming to the plate. Those free passes always seem to come back to get you. The last thing they want to do is start putting them on. Ian Anderson averaged almost 3 walks per 9 innings in the regular season this year. Buehler was almost at that same rate. Here's the first pitch to Smith from Anderson. And the delivery, and it is a slider taken at the knees for a strike. It's 1-0. Braves 1, Dodgers nothing. Top of the 4th inning. So we're moving right along here. And Anderson gets the call. Fires back over to first to keep Trey Turner close. Get it set up again at 0-1. Miami leads North Carolina State 14-10 heading to the half. Here's the 0-1 pitch. He's going to fire it back over to first. Keep Turner close. Turner is to be known quite the base runner. He already has 1 stolen base in these playoffs. He is a 5-tool threat that will be a free agent at the end of next season. So the Dodgers have him for at least 1 more. Here's a changeup on the inside part of the zone. Just off is what they're calling it, and it's 1-1. Dodgers will have a lot of big decisions to make as they'll be losing a lot of guys to free agency. Anderson fires it back over to first. Freddie had to dive to keep the ball from going away. And really inaccurate throw. Nice play by Freddie. So he had to dive towards the dugout with his open hand and do it again at 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Anderson and swung on it. It's rifled into right field, and Jock Peterson gets it. He's going to fire it back into the infield pretty quickly. Turner's not able to advance to third, so runners on first and second, but only 1 away. And that's going to bring you-know-who, Chris Taylor, to the mound. Braves were playing an absurd shift again. Ozzie Albies was to the left of the second base bag. I don't think it would have made much of a difference. It was a hard hit ball. The Dodgers have been hitting them where they ain't the last couple of games, and the Braves brass has not picked up on it. They've been hitting against that shift, and that's what's been getting guys on base. Here's the first pitch to Taylor, and it is a fastball fouled to the third base side, and it's 0-1. Chris Taylor with Bellinger on deck. Dodgers once again threatening to score. They had runners in scoring position last inning. And here comes the 0-1 pitch to Taylor. And it is a changeup low and below the knees for 1-1. Braves are already warming up the bullpen. Minter is getting loose. So if Anderson can't get out of this mess, you might see Minter face Bellinger. They don't want a repeat of the other night. 1-1 pitch to Chris Taylor. And here's the delivery. Fastball swung on, fouled at the fist, and it's 1-2. Some point, if Anderson's going to be our number 3, our big guy, he's got to go longer than 3-4 innings every time out in the playoffs. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Anderson to Taylor. Crowd starting to come to their feet. Runners on first and second, one away. Blue calls time behind the plate is going to buy a second. He's back behind the plate again. Back behind the catcher again. Braves once again are playing a far left shift on the left-hand side of the infield. Nobody on the right-hand side of the bag, the right side of the second, except for Freddie Freeman, who's holding the runner. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a changeup in the dirt, nowhere near the zone, and it's 2-2. Braves lead at 1-0. 2 on. 2-2 pitch. 1 away. And Anderson gets the sign, looks in. He looks the runner back to second. Here's the delivery, and it is a fastball at the top of the zone. They're going to call it a ball, and it's now a full count. That pitch might have been just up high over the zone. They were calling it for high over the zone, trying to get Taylor to chase. I don't know why they're going with waste pitches here. Bellinger on deck. You got to question that. Here's a 3-2 pitch. And swung on and hit foul down the right field line. And we'll do it again at 3-2. Braves 1, Dodgers nothing, but they've got runners on first and second. Just 1 out. A full count to Chris Taylor and Bellinger on deck. Anderson. Here comes the delivery, and it is swung on and missed. Strike number 3. Punched him out. And Taylor, mad at himself for swinging at that. It was a changeup that just dropped out of the zone, but when you got the full count and runners on first and second, it probably looked like a fastball. So that gets us to 2 outs. With the dangerous bat of Cody Bellinger coming to the plate. Will they leave him in? It looks like they will. A.J. Pollock stands on deck. He's 1 for 1. He's been swinging a pretty hot bat. So you could pitch around Bellinger. Here's the first pitch to Bellinger, and he was coming out of his shoes just like against Luke Jackson, swung on and missed. And it's 0-1. Bellinger swinging that dangerous bat. Here's hoping they don't try to go upstairs with him like they did last time. As he is swinging for the downs. He came out of his shoes. He is not trying to just tap one into the outfield. He is trying to make this a 3-1 game. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Anderson. It's a fastball, misses way outside the zone, and it's 1-1. Braves trying to get one more out here. As the Dodgers have runners on first and second, 2 away. But the dangerous bat of Bellinger, righty versus lefty. Ian Anderson digs in. Here's the delivery. He fires it and swung on and missed. That was right down Main Street, but he missed at 94 miles an hour. Cheese right past the letters, and it's 1-2. 1 strike away from getting out of this mess. Whew, that ball was very, very close to where Jackson laid it in the other night, but he might have been looking for the changeup because he was behind on that pitch. So here comes the 1-2 pitch from Anderson to Bellinger. Cross everything, Braves country. Here's the delivery from Anderson, and it is swung on. Bang to the left-hand side. Nobody's over there as he beats the shift, and he's going to tie the game up at 1 apiece. Once again, the Braves stats. That is unbelievable how these knuckleheads will put the defense out there and have a hard shift on with runners on first and second. I see it when you're talking about nobody on. When you got runners on first and second, nobody was even close to it. All he had to do was poke it over to that side of the infield, and it was going to drop for a single. And so it's tied up 1-1. RBI single. He just shortened up his swing. The Dodgers are outsmarting the Braves brass at this point. And it really is frustrating as Kranitz comes to the mound. It's frustrating to watch this and realize that they are not learning from their mistakes. Constantly, Anderson had the upper hand on that with 2 strikes on the count. You play an honest defense there on the infield. There's not a whole lot of places that Bellinger can hit that ball. But it was just a dribbler that would have been an easy out for any shortstop standing there. We'll put runners on the corners. The game is now tied as the Atlanta Braves StatCast does it to us again. We'll try to get those runs back and try to get out of this inning. It's going to bring A.J. Pollock to the plate. A.J. Pollock, 1 for 1. He beat the shift last time, just poking it over to the right side. Here's the first pitch. It's 87 miles an hour on the inside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. Pollock is whining about it, but that was definitely a strike. Braves they are once again playing that far left shift. So here we go again. The 0-1 pitch. As they set up inside, and it is off the plate for a ball, and it's 1-1. With Minter warming up in the pen, I would think if he loses Pollock here, they'll go to the bullpen. Which is a bad spot to bring a guy in from the pen. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a pop-up on the infield. Riley's underneath it. Does he got it? He's got it. We're out of this inning. So we head to the bottom of the fourth, but not before the Dodgers tie it up. It's 1-1, LA and Atlanta.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points from North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His fifth rushing TD, but these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and state red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field. Marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Trying to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. Fifth pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The game is tied 1-1. Could be a lot worse. The Dodgers dribbled a single through the infield to beat the shift, and runner came around to score. Good piece of hitting by Bellinger. The Braves will bring the bottom of the order to the plate. It'll be Jock Peterson, Swanson, and Darno. Hopefully they can get something going here. And if anyone else gets on, if anybody gets on, it would be the pitcher spot, considering they were warming up Mentor in the bullpen. They'll probably pull him, I would think, if they've got something going. We'll see what they decide to do. And here's the first pitch to Jock, and it's a fastball just off the zone, but they're going to call it for a strike. It's 0-1. Jock not too happy about the call by Barksdale. He's facing a shift himself. We'll see if he tries to beat it, but here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on inside right in his kitchen, and it's 0-2. (0-2) is the count from Bueller, who is now at 51 pitches. Here's the delivery, and it is a cutter hit down the left field line. It's going to roll just past third base. That should be an infield single for Jock Peterson. Are they calling it foul? The ball might have hit off the plate. Let's see what happened here. And, it went off of Jock's foot. Jock had to know that. He was trying to get away with something there. Yeah, the ball definitely went off Jock's foot. That's why it shot down the left field line like that so slow. It looked like he had fisted it, and it pushed that way. Jock was trying to get away with it, looking around. Good try, Jock, but he's going to send him back to the plate at 0-2. Game tied up, bottom of the fourth. Here's the delivery to Jock Peterson, and there's a cutter just below the knees, and it's 1-2. College football scoreboard real quick. Tennessee trails Alabama 24-17 midway through the third. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is. Did he go around? The ball went in the dirt. Jock turned away and started walking towards the dugout. Didn't even try to run down first. That's a little odd. I don't know if he knew the ball got away. He definitely went around. I don't know if Jock realized the ball had gotten away. He started walking towards the dugout. The ball got away a little bit. Smith would have ended up throwing him out, but he did not try to run down to first base line. See if he gets any blowback from that. Here's the first pitch. Swanson, he swings at the first pitch, pops it up weakly, and it's a quick second out, 2 away in the bottom of the fourth. Braves batters not working the count, letting Bueller kind of cruise through here. We're at the bottom of the fourth with 2 away. He's only at 55 pitches. You'd like to see him work the count a little more. It's going to bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate, who's 1 for 1. If he gets on the pitcher spot. If you're just joining us, it is expected that Max Scherzer would take the hill versus Charlie Morton if there's a game 7 tomorrow night. Here's first pitch to d'Arnaud, and it's a first pitch swinging again. It's a fastball that's popped, just going to go out of play, and it's 0-1. Sit down the first base line, just past the dugout, several rows deep into the crowd. Braves are trying to ambush a pitcher on 3 days rest. You'd think their analytics would tell them to work the count. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is wide and outside the zone. It's 1-1. Travis d'Arnaud was batting 179 in the playoffs going into tonight with 1 RBI. He is 1 for 1. Here's the delivery, and it is a slider right at the knees for a strike, and it's 1-2. 1-2 pitch from Bueller to d'Arnaud, and it is a fastball just outside. Might have been the cutter, and it evens it up at 2-2. Ian Anderson is on deck, does have a bat. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is low and inside. 96 miles an hour, just dropped out of the zone. It's a full count to d'Arnaud. 61st pitch of the evening coming from Bueller. Bottom of the fourth, 2 away. d'Arnaud trying to get on base to at least clear the pitcher. Here's a 3-2 pitch from d'Arnaud, and it is a slider way off the plate, and it's a 2-out walk. So d'Arnaud 1 for 1 and a walk, reaching base both times. Anderson's going to take a seat, and they're going to bring in a pinch hitter. It's going to be Adrianza. So that was just a bluff by the Braves. Anderson is done for the night. Once again, not getting out of the fourth inning. Really needed him to pitch a little deeper in the game, because if there is a game 7, you don't want to wear this bullpen out, but that's by the wayside now. Walker Bueller having a mound visit. Didn't look like any of the coaches were out there. It looked like it was just a powwow with the guys in the infield. They've dispersed. Adrianza's coming to the plate. Now, he does have power. Adrianza on the year has gone deep a few times. In fact, he's got 5 home runs and 28 RBIs. 247 batter. Here's the first pitch to Adrianza. He holds up, and it's 1-0. It's a slider that missed down and in. They checked down to the third base line, and Blue City did not go. So the 1-0 pitch from Buehler to Adrianza, the switch hitting infielder, and it's swung on, and it's ripped down the first base line in the corner. It's going to rattle around like a ping pong, and Travis d'Arnaud has to slam on the brakes as it's a double in the corner. Runners will be on second and third. It's a little shocking that, knowing Washington's history, that Ron Washington didn't send d'Arnaud, but it is the catcher. Anyone else probably scores. d'Arnaud runs okay for a catcher, but he's still a catcher, doesn't have the best speed. The ball was ripped into the corner, and it came off. Betts did a good job of corralling and getting it back, relaying it, and Trey Turner got it and fired it back into the infield. If you send d'Arnaud, he's going to be dead meat. That hasn't stopped Washington before, so I was just expecting to see him cooking around third with an oxygen mask on, trying to get home. But the Braves crowd's alive. We'll have Eddie Rosario coming to the plate. And there is a mound visit. We'll see if they're going to pull Buehler. They do have Justin Brule warming in the pen. Is he hot enough? Are they going out there and trying to buy time? Rosario, lefty, coming to the plate, and they are going to keep Buehler in there. Little surprising. Thought they would put the lefty-lefty matchup on, especially with him and Freddie Freeman due up next. They're going to roll the dice, maybe pitch around him. Here's the first pitch. No, it's a fastball down Main Street, swung on and missed, and Rosario's down 0-1. I think that pitch took Rosario by surprise. Might have been thinking they were going to pitch around him. Might have been thinking they're going to do some soft stuff. But he piped a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. And here's the 0-1 pitch from Buehler. Runners on second and third. And swung on and missed again. They're blowing it right by Rosario. And it's 0-2. Man, oh, man. A single scores at least one, probably two, with Adrianza's speed. Rosario needs to shorten that swing up a little bit, much like the way Bellinger did. Here's an 0-2 pitch to Rosario. And it's swung on. Fastball fouled back, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single. The Dodgers are playing a bit of a shift, but it's not to the extremity that the Braves put on when Bellinger's at the plate. Rosario trying to find any way to get a runner home. The runner on third, you can come home with a number of ways. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a fastball wide and outside the zone. It's 1-2. Rosario almost offered it. That ball was way outside the zone. Broadside of the barn territory. Dodgers playing the infield now with 2 strikes, a little more straight up. There's a slight shift, but it's not that gaping hole you see on the shifts. So he's going to have to beat this the old-fashioned way. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on, fouled back 92 miles an hour. He's just not catching up with that fastball at all, and the Dodgers know it. It's 1-2 once again. He does throw an off-speed pitch. He might catch Rosario looking. There must be something in their scouting report telling them that Rosario is sitting on breaking pitches. And here's the 1-2 pitch to Rosario as we get a new ball. Buehler looks in for the sign, the 69th pitch of the night, and swung on and fouled back 96 miles an hour outside the zone. And it's 1-2 once again. Buehler's got to be coming to the end of his string. For him to piece together this many pitches on 3 days rest, he's really done an incredible job. Braves won, Dodgers won, bottom of the fourth. Justin Buehler looks like he is ready. I don't think Buehler in any way, shape, or form is going to face Freddie Freeman. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? It is gone, baby. Ramalama ding dong, zit boo bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. That thing looked like it was curving foul, and it paid off. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta in the bottom of the fourth. He just kind of pulled it out of the building. I'm not going to sugarcoat that and say that he crushed it. He just hit it solid, and he kept it fair. The biggest question was it going to stay fair? You knew it was at least going to go off the wall and score two if it was fair, and it just got over that right field wall. It looks like they're probably going to come get Buehler, and I'm sure there's a guy doing the Dodgers games somewhere saying, no, they're leaving Buehler in? Wow. That is hard to believe. Buehler's going to face Freddie Freeman. I guess they're going to walk Freddie Freeman, possibly, or pitch around him. Here's the first pitch, and it's low, way outside the zone. It's 1-0. I'm really surprised with Brule warmed up. Wow. Fastball low. You got to wonder what you're saving your bullpen for. They may not be as well rested as Roberts has let on in the media. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's a fastball inside. They might as well be walking him. It's an unintentional walk, as they are pitching way around Freddie, and that'll 3-0 pitch, and it is a fastball way off the plate. He was not going to throw a strike to Freddie Freeman, so that'll send Freddie down to first. And it's Braves 4, Dodgers 1. If you're just joining us, Eddie Rosario, the hero again. That guy's on the way to an MVP for the NLCS if this score holds. What a huge hit by Rosario. Looked like he was being outmaneuvered at the beginning of the bat. Here comes the first pitch from Buehler to Albies, and they're keeping him in again. So I'm really shocked by this. I can't imagine why they're doing this, but I guess they're trying to get a righty warmed up in the bullpen, because after Ozzie, it's going to be Riley Duvall. Strange strategy. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ozzie, and he rips it foul down the right field line, just past the first base bag, and it's 0-2. Eddie Rosario with a 3-run home run. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that Buehler's still in the game. This isn't game one of the series. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Runner on to Ozzie. Swung on and missed 98 miles an hour outside the zone, and it's strike three, but not before the Atlanta Braves take a 4-1 lead. You're listening to Braves Baseball. We'll be back in a flash.
We can't Ruby Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown.
Oh, slant caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked into the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. I had to run in between during the break. I was dancing on the roof. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-1 off a 3-run bomb by Rosario. And hopefully that's the beginning of Atlanta marching towards the World Series. If the World Series, regardless, the World Series begins on Tuesday. If Atlanta's in it, we will definitely have the call here. Rosario coming through in a big way. Man, is that guy going to get paid? I don't know where he's going to sign in the offseason. He might be a little too rich for everyone's blood. But you know what? If he gets us a World Series title, I'm okay with it. That man deserves to get paid the kind of postseason he's had. Here's the first pitch from Minter. He's the new pitcher coming in for Ian Anderson, and it's 1-0, low outside the zone. Pujols is coming in to pinch hit for Beatty. So he'll go in and play first base most likely. Beatty does not hit lefties well. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Minter. It's a slider inside on the hands, and it's 1-1. Brewster Gratterall, the righty from the Dodgers, is warming up in the pen. So he'll be facing Riley, Duvall, and Jock next inning, throwing 6,000 miles an hour. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's swung on, fouled back into the seats, and it's 1-2. Steven Souza Jr. stands on deck, another right-handed pinch hitter. So Dodgers are burning pitch hitters pretty early in the game, but you can't blame them for it. They're trying to get something going as they trail 4-1. It's the top of the fifth. Atlanta would love to get a quick shutdown inning after taking the lead again. Dodgers scored one in the top of the fourth. Could have been a lot worse. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball way outside the zone, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Chavez is warming up in the Braves bullpen, and it looks like it's Jesse Chavez, and that might be Luke Jackson, but I don't think he would be warming up this early, but you never know. He might just be getting loose. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Minter, and it's a fastball cutter on the outside part of the zone, right there on the block, but they're going to call it a ball, and it's 3-2. That looked like a pitch that could have been called a strike easily. We've talked about Barksdale and his inaccurate strike zone in the past. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Minter. It swung on and fouled off the foot of Pujols. We'll do it again at 3-2. Braves lead it 4-1. Someone's got to get my man Buxton Bomber a charger to him fast. Where you at, Bomber? We'll get one overnighted to you. See if we can figure this out for you. Dodgers threatening to get Pujols on the leadoff runner. There's nobody out. Full count. Here's the pitch from Minter, and it's a fastball. Slider make it. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. That thing just dropped out of the zone. Good job by Minter on his delivery. It looked like his fastball delivery, and he absolutely threw that thing, and it just dropped. Minter was so big in the Braves' run last year in the playoffs, and they'll need him. In fact, Pujols is even, I don't know if I've seen a batter do that in a long time. He walked away shaking his head almost like, you can almost read his mind in him saying, that's a pretty good pitch. That was a pretty good pitch. So you don't see that every day. The veteran Pujols, my word, if you're Minter, you get someone to take a picture of that and frame that into your man cave at home. Here's the first pitch from Minter, and it is swung on, grounded to the left-hand side of the infield. Dansby Swanson's got it like a vacuum and chucks it over to first. Then there's 2 away. Nice piece of defense there by Swanson. You know, to the point of what we were watching in the previous inning with the Dodgers and the way they're hitting against the shift. If you haven't been watching the ALCS or did not watch the ALCS, Houston has an art form of doing that. And I hope the Braves look at that and think twice about putting these wide shifts on if they can get that far. Here's the first pitch to Mookie Betts as the order flips over. It's a fastball on the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-1. We're going to get you a quick scoreboard here. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Minter, and it's slider right in his kitchen, buckled his knees. I think he was looking for the express and got the local, and it's 0-2. Tennessee trails Alabama in the fourth quarter by 2 touchdowns. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is in the dirt. Slider. Betts holds up, and it's 1-2. Earlier today, Pittsburgh beat Clemson 27-17. They're now 6-1 on the season. Miami leads number 18 NC State in the early part of the third quarter, 21-17. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Minter. He winds up delivering. Swung on, strike 3. Yak 'em. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. The Braves lead it 4-1.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football. year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Radio. As the Atlanta Braves have a 4-1 lead. We're heading to the bottom of the fifth, still a long way away from getting this thing done. But we're on the other side of it and looking good. Minter came in and pitched phenomenally in that inning. A true shutdown inning, 3 up and 3 down. The Braves will bring Riley, Duvall, and Jock Peterson to the plate. If anything gets going, it'll be Dansby Swanson and then Darnode. Now, the other question will be, will Minter go in for the Dodgers are going to lead the inning off with Seager, and then after that, it'll be righties. So you might see a situation if we don't get to the pitcher spot for the Braves in this inning, that you might end up with a situation where Minter comes in to face Seager, and then we go to the righty. Jesse Chavez was warming up, as well as Luke Jackson. Let's see what happens here. Here's the first pitch to Riley from Brewster Gratterall, who throws 1,000,000 miles an hour, and it's a first pitch strike on the hands, and it's 0-1. Here's 100 miles an hour, busting those triple digits, and here's another one, 100 miles an hour on inside on the hands, and fouled off this time, and it's 0-2. Atlanta trying to expand this lead. Here's a slider off the plate, and it's 1-2, 91 miles an hour, way outside. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Gratterall, and it is a slider again off the plate. And we'll do it again at 2-2. Tennessee just scored a touchdown to get closer to Alabama, 31-24 in that storied rivalry. Miami leads NC State 21-17. Here's 100 mile an hour in on the fist, popped up can of corn to Riley, and there's one away. And I don't even know how he sees that. It was 102, excuse me. That thing hit the radar gun at 102 miles an hour. My word. Thankfully, this guy's not a starter. 102 miles an hour. That's Aroldis Chapman type of territory. Guess the good news is we're getting him out of the way now. Here comes Duvall. If anyone can turn around on that, it's going to go to the moon. Here's 100 miles an hour at the knees, and it's 0-1. That's easier said than done. Can't hit something you can't see. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Gratterall, and it is triple digits again. Fastball blistered, fouled back, and it's 0-2. That must have been his changeup. It was only 101 miles an hour. The Atlanta Braves lead by 3. We still got 4 more frames to shut down the Dodgers, and here comes my God. That was a fastball, 100 miles an hour on the outside part of the zone, and Duvall just couldn't even react. He just sat there and watched it go by. He had to do the dugout, and that'll bring Jock Peterson to the plate. Maybe he can see it from the left side. The Dodgers are going to go into a shift. And here's the first pitch. It's a 96 miles an hour cutter inside, and it's 1-0. Jock is 0 for 2. The strikeout, he's cooled off since being so hot earlier in the playoffs. Now batting .286 for the postseason. One pitch to Jock after another fastball down the pipe that's taken. And it is a slider in the dirt. It looks like it might have clipped Peterson. Are they sending him down to first? It looks like he did. So Jock's going to head down to first. That's one way to get on it. Man, if you're going to get hit by Gratterall, the slider's the best thing to get hit by. Looks like it just hit the top of his toe. So that'll send Dansby Swanson to the plate. 2 outs. I'm sure he's like, thanks a lot. I get to see this guy. 100-mile-an-hour flamethrower. But if he can get around or just get one in the air, that ball's going to fly. He provides his own power. It's a fastball, and it is ripped down the third base line, but it's an atom ball right at Chris Taylor. Chris Taylor's life just flashed before his eyes. That'll be out number 3, and we'll head to the top of the 6th inning. The Braves lead by 3.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead 4-1. The Dodgers are coming to the plate, and they will have Seager, Turner, and Smith heading to the plate. So lefty, righty, righty. And it does look like that AJ Minter will be left in the game to face Seager. And then we'll see what they do from there. You would think probably go to the pen, but we'll just have to see how this goes. They do have a 3-run lead. It's a little different than if it was tied or with a 1-run lead. You do have a little bit of room for error. But nobody wants to see that, right? I don't think anybody wants to see a 1-run game in the 9th. Trying to close that out. Here's the first pitch from Minter. As he gets ready to fire it to Seager, and it is a called strike at the knees. Look like the cutter. And it's 0-1. Minter looks in to get the sign from Darnode. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Minter, and it's swung on and missed. Slider outside the zone, just fell off the table, and it's 0-2. Minter has looked pretty sharp. You hate saying that. You don't want to jinx him, but he has looked pretty good coming in so far. So good. Much different than the Minter we saw this summer when he had to go down to the minors to get straight. Here's the 0-2 pitch they set up on the outside part of the plate, and it's a slider missed outside the zone, taken for a ball, and it's 1-2. AJ Minter. Here's the delivery, and it is a slider missed again, and it's 2-2. Dancing around out there, evening up the count. 2 righties due up after this. Probably Minter's last batter. Here's a fastball on the inside part. That was a strike that they called a ball. 97 miles an hour right there on the paint. Blue missed another one. It's 3-2. In fact, Minter even paused for a second. Barksdale has been known to get into it with hitters and pitchers, catchers. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it is a look like it might have been fouled back almost in the area where it could have hit Seager in the hand. It looked like it just popped off the bat foul. So we'll do it again at 3-2. At first glance, it looked like it hit Seager, but instead it's just a foul ball. This will be the 19th pitch for Minter. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it is a fastball at the knee. Strike 3. Got caught watching the paint dry. Mid-90s at the knees. 96 miles an hour, they'll call it. And 1 away. And that'll bring in the bat of Trey Turner. They will leave Minter in. So they like what they see from him so far. And they're going to leave Minter in, and why not? 3-run lead. See where it goes from here. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung on, ripped down the third base line, but right at Riley. Riley grabs it, fires it over to first. It bounces off the ground. Freddie Freeman with a great defensive play to get the ball, get the out, keep the foot on the bag. Backhanded it. What a great play by Freeman as Turner was booking it down the line, and Riley knew it. That ball was hit to Riley, knocked him off balance, and he had to jump to his feet. Might have rushed it a bit because the throw ended up beating Turner by, we'll call it a step and a half, 2 steps. But what a great play by Freddie, and a solid play by Riley, considering who was running down the line. Here's the first pitch to Will Smith, and it's a ball low slider. And Freddie even saluted the dugout with the little chop thing. It was that good of a defensive play. It's 1-0. Great play by both guys. They know how big this game is, how close they are to getting to where they've never been. Here's a slider right there at the knees, called for a strike to Smith, and it's 1-1. One pitch from Minter to Will Smith, and it is in the dirt low. Slider that banged off the dirt, and it's 2-1. Braves lead it 4-1. It's a 2-1 count to Smith. If anybody gets on, if he gets on, it's the dangerous bat of Chris Taylor. You'd much rather see him next inning. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a fastball high and outside the zone. It's now 3-1. Three-one delivery from Minter. And here's the pitch. Wind up delivery, fastball right there on the hands in the zone, and it's 3-2. Smith looked like he was about to argue that pitch. I think he thought better of it, especially him being the hind catcher as well. Doesn't have to deal with that the rest of the night. It looked like a strike from here. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it is swung on and missed. Strike three. He whipped on that one. Looked like the slider and just got out in front of it. So that'll do it. We'll head to the bottom of the sixth inning. Your Atlanta Braves lead the Los Angeles Dodgers 4-1, one win, and we go to the World Series.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, Quigley. Will you don't give me that?
Look at me, 92. And I still enjoy swimming and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, at the roll at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. We appreciate you spending your evening with us and listening to the broadcast. We could be heading to the World Series for the first time in 22 years, my friends. What a long drought it has been, and it's kind of snuck up on you if you're a big Braves fan over the years. We were in the World Series regularly in the 1990s. For those who are too young to remember that, it was a good time to be a Braves fan. You heard a lot of the same junk we were hearing today about how the Braves blew the 3-1 lead to the Dodgers last year, and they were up 3-1 going into last game and lost to the Dodgers. this is a different Braves team. This is also a different circumstance. Last year being a pandemic bubble series. This is true home field advantage for both teams. Here's 100 miles an hour coming down the pipe again from Gratterall, and it's 0-1. My word, I was hoping we were going to get rid of that guy. He's back out there again. I guess the good news is if this thing does go any further, he probably wouldn't have much left for a game 7. Travis d'Arnaud, 0-1 count. Johan Camargo is on deck. Here's a slider on the outside part of the plate, and that's just not fair. There's a strike, and it's 0-2. When he's throwing 102-mile-an-hour BBs past you and then laying an 89-mile-an-hour slider on the outside part, that's just kind of unfair right there. Here's the 0-2 pitch and a slider, and it drops out of the zone, but d'Arnaud swings and misses, and that's 1 away in the bottom of the 6th. Johan Camargo grabs a bat from the left-hand side of the plate, has yet to get a base hit all season. If there is a guy that can turn on a 100-mile-an-hour pitch, it is Camargo. He swings for the downs, and he's one of those guys that unbuttons his shirt and lets it rip. 0 for 16 in the regular season, 0 for 3 in the postseason. But he's in there for situations just like this. Kind of nothing to lose. Get up there and take your yaks. And here comes the first pitch. And it is swung on and missed. Triple digits, just fouled back, and it's 0-1. Atlanta 4, Los Angeles 1. Bottom of the 6th inning. Still 9 outs away from getting to the World Series. You'd like to add another run or two here. Here's a 0-1 pitch, and it is inside. 96-mile-an-hour cutter, and it's 1-1. One pitch from Gratterall, swung on and popped up high and into center field. Bellinger's underneath it for out number 2. Looked like that might have been the cutter. Dave Roberts is coming out to the mound. That normally means he's going to go get his man out of the pen, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to take Gratterall out of the game because Eddie Rosario is heading to the plate. So we'll take a quick break with them. Eddie Rosario heading to the plate. The lefty is heading to the mound. We'll be back in just a flash.
You better get that checked out.
Better get that checked out?
I will.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Housh Mazzoli. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The nasty lefty, Alex Vesia, is going to come out of the pen for the Dodgers to face Rosario. And if he were to get on, here's the first pitch from Vesia, and it's a slider outside the zone. It's 1-0. If he were to get on, another lefty on deck with Freddie Freeman, it sets them up to where in the next inning you could start Vesia, and then after he gets past Freddie, they could go get the righty. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Rosario, and he takes a 94-mile-an-hour fastball outside the zone, just misses the black, and it's 2-0. If you're just joining us, Rosario is continuing his march to a possible NLCS MVP. Here's the 2-0 pitch, swung on, 95 miles an hour, fouled back, out of play, and it's 2-1. They are looking at Rosario, what he's done in this series. 2 for 3 tonight, by the way, was hitting. Going into tonight, he was hitting .471 with 2 homers. Now he has 3 home runs in the playoffs. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and they're going to say Rosario went around. He doesn't think so, but it's now 2-2. Remember, Rosario was acquired by the Braves by trading away Pablo Sandoval and some cash considerations to Cleveland. Cleveland was out of the playoff mix. Rosario was on the injured list. Sandoval was just a cash dump by the Braves. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is a fastball wide and outside the zone. It's 3-2. So Rosario didn't even reach the Braves roster until late August when he came off the IL. And man, is he heated up here in the postseason. Anthopoulos was betting on what he had done in years past. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it's outside, missing by about 6 inches. And it's a 2-out walk with Freddie Freeman coming to the plate. So to finish that thought, Rosario had some really good years with Minnesota. Be an injury plagued and a down year with Cleveland. They were just trying to dump salary. They were out of the playoff race. Anthopoulos caught lightning in a bottle with him. Jock Peterson's been huge. Duvall. And then, of course, Jorge Soler. Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. It's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball up underneath the chin, and it's 1-0. Freddie's 0 for 1 with 2 walks. He's hitting .294 this postseason with 3 home runs. He's facing a severe right-hand shift to the right-hand side of the infield. Anything down the third base line will be runners on second and third. And here's a slider underneath the knees, and Freddie can't believe it. They called it a strike. And you normally don't see Freddie react, but he couldn't help but bend backwards and say, "Are you kidding me?" That was a pitch missed, I mean, big time. That's not even close. That was a terrible call by Blue. Snickers finally getting up off his butt and yelling at the umpire. We'll see if anything comes from this. You don't want to get kicked out in a playoff game, but sometimes enough is enough. I would tend to think if this continues, we get deeper in the game, and if the Braves extend this lead you might start seeing some Dodgers getting kicked out because they've been having the same reaction to Lance Barksdale's really inconsistent strike zone. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a fastball inside 96 miles an hour, and it's 2-1. Never see Freddie Freeman make any kind of anything, but he's always joking and joshing with everyone that comes to the bases. But he did not like that called strike. And it changes the at bat. So here comes the 2-1 pitch to Freddie, and he takes it high for a ball 3, and it's 3-1. The switch hitting Ozzie Albies is on deck. Vesia is more of a left-handed specialist. So if Freddie can reach, he knows that he has a chance of getting Ozzie turned around. And here's the 3-1 pitch to Freddie, and it is low below the knees, and he will call that one a ball. And it's a 2-out walk, putting runners on first and second. 2 away, and Ozzie Albies will be turned around, and he is due for a home run, isn't he? Right-hand side of the plate, that's where his power is. Vesia has to face Albies because of the new rule that states that anyone coming out of the bullpen has to face at least 3 batters or go to the end of the inning, whichever one comes first. And so the only other option you would have would be to intentionally walk Albies and then bring a righty out of the pen to face Riley, but I don't think that's something the Dodgers want to do already down 3. They're going to put a big shift on. Turner, Seager, and Taylor are all left of the bag. Pujols is holding on the runner. There's a big gap on the right-hand side, and if Ozzie can just poke it over there, it should score Rosario. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and he takes it for a ball high outside the zone. It's 1-0. Braves fans are getting on their feet. They can smell this World Series. They could hang a crooked number here. It would go a long way. You would love to have a little more breathing room. That Dodger offense is potent. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on 94 miles an hour, fouled back out of play. Ozzie reached for a pitch outside the zone. It's 1-1. You'd have liked to have seen him take that one. Really put some pressure on. He'll get that as he gets older. More of a veteran move to know that when you have a guy who has been walking guys coming out of the pen, last thing you want to do is give him free strikes. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Vesia, and it is swung on and missed. That one's off the plate too, and it's 1-2. Looking for Ozzie to hopefully shorten up his swing a little bit. It's a 1-2 count. There's runners on first and second. There are 2 away. Atlanta trying to find a way to poke one through the hole there to take a larger lead. Here's the 1-2 pitch fastball fouled back. That ball was probably a strike on the higher part of the outside part of the zone. It's 1-2 again. That one was way too close to take with 2 strikes, unlike the other 2. Real quick on your scoreboard, Miami leads NC State 24-20 heading to the 4th. And here's the 1-2 pitch, and there's a slider in the dirt blocked by Smith. The runners will stay put. It's 2-2. Alabama has pulled away from Tennessee. It's late in the 4th quarter there. They're up by 3 touchdowns. Here's the 2-2 pitch. as the Dodgers do have Trinan warmed up in the bullpen. So this will be Vicia's last batter. 2-2 to Ozzie. And swung on 96 miles an hour, fouled back and out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Deuces are wild here in Atlanta. You got runner on first and second. 2 runners on, 2 out. A 2-2 pitch to Ozzie. As Vicia gets a new ball, he gets his foot back off the rubber. He digs in and looks at the catcher for the sign. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is high and outside the zone. It's now 3-2. So the runners will be going on the pitch. Anything in the gap would clear the bases at this point. And 3-2 pitch to Ozzie to get a new ball. Here's the delivery, and it is low for ball 4. The bases are juiced, and that's going to do it for Vicia. So he came in and just walked them loaded, so they're going to go grab him. The dangerous arm of Trinan's coming out of the pen, and he'll face Austin Riley with the bases full of all the ducks are on the pond.
God would never let me be successful. He'll kill me first. He'll never let me be happy.
I thought you didn't believe in God.
I do for the bad things.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run, complete to the 25, to the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop.
Second down from the 3. Comes the blitz, quick flip, caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney, the freshman. My goodness.
If he had it, he didn't have it very long, that's for sure.
And this one's in the history books. And inexplicably, the Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
Armchair.
1-1 pitch. A long drive to right. Ramirez turns to the track. She's gone. Dave Justice, all is forgiven in Atlanta. Bob, it's okay to talk the talk if you can walk the walk.
Every morning, the Armchair Quarterbacks will be headed to Braves country. Along with the big headlines of the day, the Armchair Quarterbacks will be leading off with the Atlanta Braves. That's Braves country, weekdays on the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s holds its world championship.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves have got the Dodgers on the ropes. Atlanta leads it 4-1. Trinan comes in and the bases are loaded. Braves lead by 3. Trinan's coming in to face Austin Riley. And here's the first pitch from Trinan, and it is a fastball, 98 miles an hour, swung on and fouled back. And it's 0-1. A base hit here will go a long ways to breaking this thing open. Trinan's one of the best in the business, 1.99 ERA through 72 appearances this year. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and there's a slider Riley couldn't hold up, and it's quickly 0-2. I don't think he's picking him up very well. So Trinan has a devastating sinker pitch as well. Has already shown the fastball and the slider. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is low and outside the zone. Bounced off the dirt. Smith is covering it, keeps it from going away from anywhere, and all the Ducks will stay where they're at. That ball almost got away. Rosario would have scored easily if that ball gets away. So 1-2 count to Riley. That could keep them away from using the slider at this point. We'll see what happens here because got a 1-2 count. Bases loaded. 2 away. And Riley's going to ask for time. Any little poke into the outfield, any kind of way to get on would get at least 1 run home. Freddie, a pretty good base runner in his own right, would probably score from second with a single. Of course, Ozzie can fly. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and here's a fastball. They're going to call it a strike on the outside part of the plate, and Riley does not like it. It's going to end the inning. He goes back to talk to Blue. Lance Barksdale is going to defend his call, but that was an iffy pitch at best. We'll head to the top of the 7th inning. The Braves lead 4-1.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves holding on to a 4-1 lead heading to the top of the 7th, missing a golden opportunity to score with bases loaded last inning. It was a iffy called third strike at best. Luke Jackson's going to come into the game to face Chris Taylor, Bellinger, and Pollock. Everybody remembers what happened a couple of nights ago. Little surprising that this is where they go with Luke Jackson. But that's where they're going. And hopefully he has it because he did not have it the other night. He does have a 1.98 ERA over 71 games this year. In the postseason, struggle a little bit. First pitch swinging by Chris Taylor. It's right down Main Street. Missed first strike. It's 0-1. Jackson gave up 4 earned runs in just a third of an inning, his last outing in game 3. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball just off the plate, and it's 1-1. 97 miles an hour. Where he normally gets in trouble is when he starts nibbling, start trying to lay in that curveball and get behind. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is hit high. It is hit deep off the wall. Rosario is going to get it, throws it into second. It's a leadoff double as once again, Luke Jackson, the old nemesis of the bullpen, opening the doors up. It's a leadoff double for Chris Taylor with the dangerous bat of Chris Bellinger coming to the plate. This doesn't work out. I'm telling you right now, Braves fans all around the country are going to be double guessing Snitker once again. He just laid a slider in there and it got all of the plate. It's a little surprising Taylor didn't hit that one out. Here's a slider inside, almost hits Bellinger. Jackson's back at it again. It's 1-0. He's probably gun shy to throw that fastball to Bellinger. The bigger question we'll have is why put him in an elimination game against the same guys that roasted him the other night. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Jackson, and it is a slider in the dirt, and it's 2-0. I mean, what do they say? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. The Snicker and the brass are just crazy. Here's the 2-0 pitch. It's another slider in the dirt off the plate, and it's 3-0. Luke Jackson putting the Braves up against the wall once again. You can tell he is just he's petrified of Bellinger. He's throwing nothing but sliders inside, trying to get him to chase. At this point, I don't know if you can trust Jackson anymore. Here's a 3-0 pitch, and it's a fastball way inside and off the plate. He's not even getting close to the zone. And Snicker sits there. Same old thing. And it's runners on first and second, nobody out. And that's going to bring Pollock to the plate, who had a home run last game. Kranitz is heading out to the mound to have a powwow. But oh my word. Pollock, Pujols, training. There's nobody out. The tying run is at the plate. It is a comedy of errors to watch this bullpen get managed. You had Tyler Matzik that you could have went to. A number of guys you could have went. You could have went to Jesse Chavez, who's been very good out of the pen from the right-hand side. But we're stuck now, so runners on first and second, nobody out, and A.J. Pollock comes to the plate. He has a double already. He can tie it with one swing. And here's the first pitch, and it is a slider at the knees. It's 0-1. Braves 4, Dodgers 1, but the tying run is at the plate, and Luke Jackson's on the mound. A.J. Pollock. After him, Pujols in the pitcher spot. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And it is a ball inside. And it's 1-1. Braves fans tense. You can see it in their face. No one's standing. They're all clinching. Cross everything you've got. We need some kind of a small miracle to get out of this mess. Here's 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider at the knees, a generous strike, and it's 1-2. Pollock looked back at Blue, and I can't blame him on that one. That one looked like it missed. But we got the benefit of the doubt on the call now to take advantage of it. Last time he got 2 strikes, he just laid one in there. And so here we go. One-two pitch. Luke Jackson. Here's the delivery. And it's a slider hung inside, and he's going to rope it down the line. 1 run will score. They may hold Bellinger at third. They do hold him there at third. But it's a double, and the tying runs are on second and third, and Luke Jackson has done it again. Unbelievable how bad this guy is. We're going to go to a break as they're going to go get him out of the pen. Snicker comes waddling out to the mound. The Braves lead it by 2, but the tying runs are in scoring position with nobody out.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. Snickers put the Braves in quite a bind again. So the Braves had a 3-run lead, and now it's down to a 2-run lead. There's runners on second and third, nobody out. And Luke Jackson was the man that did all the damage. Not taking away from the Dodgers hitters, but Jackson, once again, when he gets in these slumps, he gets in his own head, and he's put a mess on the mound on the base pass for Tyler Matzik, who's stepping in, the lefty, who's been good, but to ask him to get Pujols, a pinch hitter, and Mookie Betts out and not give up this lead is going to be very, very tricky. You almost have to concede the run, but they're so likely to put the shift on as you get ready for the first pitch, and here's the delivery, and it's a fastball at the knees, and it's 0-1. Pujols is complaining to the umpire as they show Luke Jackson moping around in the dugout. You feel bad for the kid. I don't know if you can necessarily blame him at Snecker putting him in this position. So here's the 0-1 pitch from Matzik, and he fires a slider, and it goes in the dirt. Bellinger scampers back to third as Darno blocks it, and it's 1-1. Atlanta leads by 2. But that's it. There's 2 on, and there's nobody out. Runners in scoring position, second and third. 2 good base runners at that with Bellinger and Pollock. Matzik is trying to stop the bleeding to get to the Braves 7th. When the Braves come to bat, it'll be Duvall, Peterson, and Swanson. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Matzik. They set up inside again, and it is ripped to the third base side, but it is banged foul, and it's 1-2. Braves are playing that shift again. So anything that's just kind of punched to the right side is going to score 2. Dodgers threatening here with 2 on, nobody out. Both runners would be put to Jackson. He's already given up 1 earned run. He would be charged with the other 2. Pujols steps out of the box, asks for time. He digs back in. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Matzik. And it is a swung on and missed. Strike 3. Nice pitch by Matzik, and there's 1 away. The pitcher, Blake Trinan, is due up. I believe, looking at what the Dodgers have available on their bench, Gavin Lux, I know, is on the bench. Seeing if there's a right-handed option. And they're stopping the play. And coming to the plate, Steven Souza Jr. I forgot he never actually came to the plate earlier. He did get to the on deck circle, but never came in the game. I was thinking that he had actually came in. So it was Steven Souza Jr., good right-handed hitter, comes to the plate. Braves only up 2. Here's the first pitch, and here's a slider at the knees, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Corey Nabel is warming up in the Dodgers bullpen. That's who the Duvall, Peterson, and Swanson are going to have to face. Dodgers with an embarrassment of riches out there in that bullpen. So here comes the 0-1 pitch. And it is a fastball on the outside part of the plate. And they call it a ball. That was without a doubt a strike. That clipped the entire plate on the upper half. Lance Barksdale, living up to his name, his reputation, misses yet another play, another ball. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Matzik, and it is swung on and missed. 97 miles an hour right down the pipe. Woo! And it's 1-2. He put that right down Main Street, and Souza just missed it. Might have been looking for something off speed. Here we go. 1-2 pitch from Matzik. And they set up inside. It's fastball down the pipe. And that'll be a strikeout. Souza caught looking. He's complaining, but that ball was every bit of a strike, as was the two pitches before. Matzik dancing out of danger so far. Nice pitch. Just buckled his knees. I think he was looking for the slider. He wanted to complain, but that ball was nowhere close. I guess Souza looks at us. What's the worst going to happen? You're going to kick me out? I'm pinch hitting. But that ball was right down Main Street. It just caught him by surprise. So that's going to bring the dangerous bat of Mookie Betts to the plate. You'd almost wonder if you would walk him to get to Corey Seager, the lefty, and have the lefty on lefty matchup. The Braves are not willing to do that, it looks like. They're going to face Mookie. And here's the first pitch. It's a fastball down the middle. Oof. And it's 0-1. It's one of those pitches that Mookie usually does something with. Braves living dangerously, facing Mookie Betts. Can Matzik get out of this jam? The lefty, Seager, is on deck. Surprising, with the base open, they would pitch to Mookie. Maybe it'll pay off. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball down the pipe again, 98 miles an hour, and it's 0-2. Mookie's just staring at it. Must be sitting on the slider. You wonder if he can throw one out of the zone. He could get him to chase. The Braves standing room only now. Matzik trying to deliver in the biggest moment of his career so far. Runners on second and third, 2 away. The Braves lead by 2. Fastball swung on and missed. Sit down, baby. Matzik comes in and absolutely yaks the whole side. What a heroic performance by Tyler Matzik. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Let's get some runs, Braves. My word, let's get some runs.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Follow us anytime on Twitter. Our handle is @CBS Sports Radio.
You've got the winning run on second base. You've got 3 very good outfielders ready to deploy their arms. A very good base runner in Dansby Swanson, one of the best closers to ever do it in the postseason on the hill. And Eddie Rosario, who is 3 for 4, he stands at the plate. And you can't pitch around him because Freddie Freeman, though he's been a little cold, stands on deck. So let's do it. Here's the first pitch from Jansen. He does that little shimmy on the mound, winds up, and the first pitch is swung on, and it is rifle neck up the middle. It's going to score. It's going to, Dansby Swanson's going to come around. It came off the glove. The Braves win. The Braves win. The Braves win.
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has. It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. But it's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion and venality and great public fools in baseball and great public heroes and self-serving people and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. I don't know about y'all, but I'm about to get nauseous here. This is unreal. I'm sending every one of my doctor bills it'll be a joint account that I'm going to mail to Brian Snicker and Luke Jackson. If you're just joining us, the Braves were in the nicest way you can put it to is in a tough spot, as they had already given up 1 run. 2 sat on the pond with nobody out. Albert Pujols, Steven Souza Jr., and Mookie Betts all went down 1, 2, 3, and the Braves still lead it by 2. Unbelievable. The Braves were going to grab the bats now, and they're going to head as the 7th inning stretch is coming to a close. So you're not missing any action. They're just finishing up the 7th inning stretch. But Tyler Matzik, I almost think you got to send him back out there. I mean, what other choice do you have? You got to pitch his arm off, because the guy coming up next is going to be Seager, Turner, and Will Smith. You don't want to send anyone but Matzik out there. So we'll see what they do. But if they don't send Matzik out there, I guess Chavez. And there's a couple other options. But Matzik has pitched a phenomenal game, a phenomenal inning. So he came in and struck out the side. And we'll do it with Corey Nables coming on to the mound now as the 7th inning stretch is coming to an end. Corey Nable, the hard-throwing right-hander, used to be the closer for the Brewers, but embarrassment of riches for the Dodgers in their bullpen. He's just another setup guy for them. He's going to face Adam Duvall, Jock Peterson, and Swanson. So 2 righties and a lefty. And the first pitch is on the way to Duvall, and it's a fastball way inside, 96 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. Will the innings that have been used and taxed on the Dodgers, will it come back to haunt the Dodgers? Will the Braves finally break through and get to this bullpen tonight? So many opportunities to break this open. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball inside. Duvall held off, and it's 2-0. We'll get you that college football scoreboard here in a bit, as Alabama did hold on. They beat Tennessee 52-24. I don't know if that's holding on, but it was a much closer game. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Duvall, and it swung on, fouled back, out of play. That might have been ball 3, but we'll do it at 2-1. NC State has the ball, trailing Miami late in the ball game. They're down 1. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from Nable. So he gets a new ball, gets the sign. He rocks and fires, and there's a fastball at the knees on the plate, and it's 2-2. Matzik has a jacket on his arm, keeping it warm. So that is a sign that he is going back out, which I think you have to. You almost have to pitch him as long as he can go. With only a 2-run lead, you don't have a lot of other options. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's swung on, strike 3, fastball heater just inside the kitchen of Duvall. And there's one away. Can Jocktober do it one more time? We need some breathing room. Hit them where they ain't, boys. Braves 4. Dodgers 2. 2-run lead in the bottom of the 7th. This is game 6 of the NLCS. First pitch is a slider, hung up, and it clipped the zone, and it's 0-1. Jock Peterson bent his knees in frustration, and I think I don't think he was showing up the ump saying that was a ball. I think he was saying, man, I should have swung at that one, because that one was an absolute hanger. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it is a slider down, banged up against the plate, and goes back against the screen. We'll do it again at 0-2. Jock Peterson has been – wait a minute. They say 0-2, but there's no way that was a strike. If they called that a strike as well, it's being misrepresented on the screen. It's 1-1. I was about to say somebody's come unglued. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Fastball high in the zone, down the pipe, and it's 1-2. They would have called that last one a strike. There might have been a riot on the field, because here's the 1-2 pitch to Peterson, and it is swung on. He pops it high, but not very deep, into right field. Mookie's underneath it for out number 2. Just mistimed that. Got a good lick on it, but just out in front of it. It's a final in Charlottesville. Virginia held on to beat Georgia Tech 48-40. That's going to bring Dansby Swanson in. He's 0 for 3. That's a man that's due right there. He's going up against the shift once again. The outfield playing pretty much straight away. The infield playing him to pull the left-hand side, and it's ball comes inside, almost hits him. Looked like a slider that got away, and it's 1-0. Might have should have took one for the team there, as big of a slump as he's been in. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Dansby, and it's a fastball fired by the letters, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Braves lead by 2. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Trying to hold on for dear life to head to the World Series with the win. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on, fouled back 96 miles an hour, and it's 1-2. Jesse Chavez is getting loose in the pen. Seager, Turner, and Smith are due up. I think the thinking has to be send Matzik back out there, and any sign of trouble, they're going to go get the righty. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Nabel, and it's swung on, ripped into left field, down the left field line. Dansby's going to take that long turn at first, but he'll think better of it and slam on the brakes, head back to first base. And the Braves got something cooking here. 1 on, 2 away, with Travis d'Arnaud coming to the plate. The other $1 million question would be, we have 2 outs. There's 1 on. d'Arnaud is on deck, is coming to the plate. If he reaches by a single, anything that doesn't score a run, would you pull Matzik for a pinch hitter with 2 away, or would you go ahead and have him go to the plate because outs at this point, 6 outs away? Here's the first pitch to d'Arnaud. That's a fastball low, and it's 1-0. They did not do a double switch when Matzik came in, so he is due up next. Soler has grabbed a bat, and so I guess that's my answer. If you're the Dodgers, I'd almost just walk d'Arnaud. Here's a 1-0 pitch, and it is fouled up, popped up, high and out of play, and it's 1-1. Not that Soler is a bad hitter. He's a very good hitter, but he has got a lot of rust. Had 1 at bat in the last 2 weeks because of the COVID shutdown that he was in. Testing positive for COVID, did not play for several days, had 1 pinch hit the other night. That's it. It's asking a lot for a man to come off the bench, but here comes the 1-1 pitch from Darno to Darno. It's a slider swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. This might be all for naught. It does look like Kenley Jansen is now warming up in the Dodger bullpen. So the Braves would face him in the 8th and 9th inning, if there is a 9th inning. Braves hoping they don't have a 9th inning till sometime in the World Series, which would be Tuesday night. They would be the road team heading to Houston. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is fastball outside the zone. Almost clipped it, but I don't think he had a chance of getting that called a strike because it crossed up the catcher and he had to backhand it. You normally don't get that called no matter what. It did look like it was outside the zone, but just barely. So here's the 2-2 pitch. Do you send Dansby at some point? Here's the 2-2 pitch. They're going to fire it back over to first to keep Dansby close. They might be thinking the same thing. 2-2 is the count. 4-2 is your score. Runner on first, 2 away. Dansby running at the crack of the bat. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is a fastball called inside for a strike. Darno just walks back to the bench. It was probably a strike. It was one of those 50-50 calls, but he's going to want that call for his pitcher. So we'll head to the top of the 8th inning. Get everything you can get together. The Braves lead it by 2.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-2. We're not out of the woods yet. Still got 6 outs to get. And the heart of the Dodger order coming to the plate. The most difficult part of their order is staring us in the teeth right now. Seager, Turner, Smith, and if anyone gets on, Chris Taylor and Bellinger. It looks like Matzik will come back out to the mound. Matzik put the fire out last inning, and he is on the mound. Here comes the first pitch from Matzik, and it's a fastball fired back, foul, and it's 0-1. I know it's unconventional. If he keeps going, I say leave him in. He's been by far the best reliever the Braves have had. We'll see what they end up doing here. The 0-1 pitch from Matzik to Seager, a dangerous lefty, and it's a slider called for a strike. High in the zone, and it's 0-2. Seager was definitely looking for something on the outside, and he got the slider on the inside. The Braves fans are starting to get into it. They're standing up, cheering beers. If you got anything to cross it. Here's this 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Slider falls off the table. And just like that, there's one away. Matzik, 14th pitch in the outing. Here's hoping he's got enough gas left in him. If you're just joining us, Luke Jackson gave up a run and had runners on second and third, nobody out. Matzik put out the fire. If they head on to the World Series, it's things like that that'll put you down in Braves lore forever. Here's the first pitch from Matzik to Trey Turner, and it is grounded over to the third base side. Riley's got it, fires it over to first, and just by a half step, they got him. It's out number 2. We are 4 outs away from punching our ticket to the 2021 World Series, my friends. Any kind of superstition you got, do it. Hop on whatever leg, cross whatever you got to cross. You got that old favorite jersey, go dig it out. Trying to get through this inning, and it's going to be Will Smith coming to the plate, a dangerous hitter in his own right, 25 home runs on the year. Here's the first pitch from Matzik, and it's a slider just outside the zone on the edge, and they call it for a strike. It's 0-1. Will Smith is 1 for 3, a single. Matzik digs in. Can he get another out? Chris Taylor looms on deck. Will Smith looks like he's about to get ready in the bullpen. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on, and it's pulled to the right side. Left side, Riley's got it, fires it across the infield. Bam, they got him. That's out number 3. We're headed to the bottom of the 8th. The Atlanta Braves lead by 2. We're 3 outs away from the World Series.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
She always says that I don't like the way she talks. It's the information that she chooses to tell me at times. We took a trip to Florida, to Fort Lauderdale, and her and our daughter are flying from Nashville, where we live, and I'm flying from Detroit. We're meeting at Fort Lauderdale's airport. So I called her because I was about to take off, and I was like, all right, what time do you guys leave? She goes, noon. And it was 11:30, and they're still at home. I was like, Laura, I don't know if you even know what an airport is. But if that plane was in our driveway, I don't think you could make it. And she said, that's what time we leave for the airport. Our flight's not till 1:30. And I was like, all right, what do you think I wanted to know when I asked that? Is that what you thought the best time you could give me was a time that means nothing to nobody? She said, I'm sorry I don't talk the way you want me to talk. I'm like, I want you to talk like a regular person, all right?
Armchair.
In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious. Walt Whitman, 1846.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Kenley Jansen's coming in for Corey Nabel. As of right now, Matzik is due up to bat. We'll see if that's what they'll keep him at. They do have Will Smith starting to warm up in the pen, but it will be Jorge Soler. So Matzik's night is through, and I don't know if I like that. He's pitched so well. I feel like they should have just left him in there and took their chances. If we get the W here, he's got several days to get healthy. I mean, to get rest, but they'll live to fight another day, saving Matzik in case he's needed for tomorrow. So Soler is going to lead this off against Jansen. And after Soler, you're going to get Rosario and Freddie Freeman. So with all that being said, it's a lot on the line here, taking out who has been the best bullpen guy for us by far down the stretch for a pinch hitter who is essentially ice cold. He's had one at bat in the last 12 days. So hopefully it pays off and they get at least another run, because you'd like to have a cushion for Will Smith. Matzik's night is through. He had a low pitch count too. He was only, I believe, 18 pitches. So here comes Soler. He's 1 for 12 in the postseason. That's the other thing. Even before he went on the COVID list, he wasn't hitting well. But here's hoping he can get right. Here's the first pitch, and it swung on and missed 95 miles an hour right by him, and it's 0-1. Eddie Rosario and Freddie Freeman are due up. Anybody gets on, it's Ozzie Albies and Austin Riley. So here's the 0-1 pitch as Jansen does his shimmy on the mound before the delivery. Here's the delivery. It's swung on. Curveball banged foul, and it's quickly 0-2 to Jorge Soler. Soler would obviously be in the lineup in Houston if the Braves make it there. There'll be a designated hitter rule. So nothing against Soler whatsoever. It's just one of those things where I know you're danged if you do, danged if you don't. I think I would have left Matzik in. We'll see if it pays off. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Soler, and it swung on, popped up high and out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Kenley Jansen has been used few innings in this series. It was odd the other night with the Braves up, or excuse me, the Braves down by a bundle. They brought Jansen in the 9th inning. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Jansen, and swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 0-2. Your college football scoreboard looks like this. The Oklahoma Sooners escape with a 12-point win in Kansas, 35-23. Alabama pulled away from Tennessee, 52-24, outscoring them 28-7 in the 4th. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Jansen, and swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. So Soler at least making Jansen work. Number 6, Michigan, 33-7 winners over Northwestern. Number 10, Oregon, wins by a field goal in Los Angeles to beat the Bruins. Notre Dame, 31-16 winners against Southern Cal. And here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's in the dirt. It is low for ball 1, 1-2. Miami Hurricanes hold on for a 1-point victory at home against NC State. Pittsburgh, 10-point winners against Clemson. And Cincinnati had a huge lead against Navy. They win 27-20 against the Midshipmen. Number 7, Penn State loses in that terrible overtime rule, 20-18 to Illinois. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, the shimmy, the shake, the delivery, swung on and just got a piece of it. Foul once again. We'll do it again at 1-2. Iowa State upsets Oklahoma State 24-21. Ole Miss 14-point winners against LSU. Wake Forest 70-56 against Army. I watched quite a bit of that game. That game was an absolute it was entertaining. I'll put it that way. 44-14 winners Texas A&M against South Carolina. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Jansen. 8th pitch of the at-bat, swung on, and it is fisted just over the head of Chris Taylor, and Soler, who is going to go for it. He dives at second. Safe at second base. Just under the tag. He's not the fastest, but he was running the hardest. And the Braves got a leadoff double. The Dodgers are checking to see if they want to challenge it. It was a close play. I have not seen the replay yet. He was running out the gate. It was kind of fisted over the third baseman's head. And I'm looking at the replay. Soler absolutely was safe. By the way, good job by Seager applying the tag, and he kept it on there. You see so many guys that will just pop the tag and move the glove. He held it on there. So if his hand comes off, it's a wrap. Heredia is going to come in and run for Soler. So Braves are trying to get that extra run. Bottom of the 8th, up by 2. And the hero of the week, Eddie Rosario, the new Mr. October in Atlanta, he's coming to the plate. You can't walk him. You got Freddie Freeman on deck. And here comes the first pitch from Jansen. At least get Heredia over to third. Here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball outside the zone. It's 1-0. Braves lead it by 2. Runner on second. Nobody out. The leadoff double by Soler. He's been substituted for Heredia, who will probably come in to play defense. They normally do. He'll probably take Jock Peterson's spot, is normally what happens. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball down the pipe. Rosario took it for a strike. It's 1-1. How many Rosario jerseys are they making in Atlanta this week? I bet that printer's working overtime. Wisconsin all over Purdue today, 30-13. Short-lived celebration for the Boilermakers, who upset Iowa last week. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Rosario. Fastball inside, cutter, and it's 93-mile-an-hour strike. Swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Fantasy football, folks. We'll be here live on the Armchair Quarterbacks channel tomorrow, 10 a.m. to noon. I'll be dragging butt, but that's okay. If the Braves win, it'll be worth it. Doing our fantasy football show. So here comes the 1-2 pitch from Rosario to Rosario from Jansen. He does a shimmy shake, the delivery, swung on and hit high and deep into center field. It's going to be caught by Bellinger, but Heredia is going to be able to tag up. He'll go all the way to third, and there's a runner on third base. Rosario just missed that too. You see the look on his face. He knows he almost took that yard. He took that thing for a ride. It went all the way to the warning track. By the time Bellinger was able to put on the brakes after the catch, his hand was almost on the wall. Heredia easily moved from second to third. There's one away. with Freddie Freeman coming to the mound, to the plate, excuse me, you got to figure they'll probably walk Freddie, and they are going to walk Freddie. So now it's Ozzie Albies' time, and Ozzie has got to earn his stripes here. Make sure he swings at something that he wants to swing. They're having a chat on the mound. The entire infield's out there talking to Jansen about what they want to do, how they want to pitch him. Ozzie is known to be a first pitch head hunting swinger. Will he work the count, or will he try to ambush Jansen? Jansen always around the zone. Will he pitch around? He also has the option to pitch around Ozzie, get him to chase, and if he doesn't chase, put him on first. You'd have a force at every plate with the right-handed Riley coming to the plate. So you got that option as well. I don't think it's what you'd want to do, but they may do that. Here comes the first pitch from Jansen, and it is a cutter inside, and Ozzie swings at it, and it's 0-1. Looks like they're doing what I first suggested, which is pitching off the plate and seeing if he'll chase. The Dodgers infield is in. So any kind of Texas leaguer, blooper, anything like that is going to score a run. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on and ripped foul, hammered into the Braves dugout as it bounces off the bars and back into the field of play. Freddie was going on it. We'll do it again at 0-2. 0-2 count. It's a slight shift with Ozzie with the infield. So any kind of cue shot or corkscrew down the third base line would score a run as well. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Ozzie. Can he get something going here? And they're setting up outside, and he swings and chases it badly outside the zone. And Jansen, the veteran, outsmarted Ozzie. On the play, Freddie Freeman took advantage of the fact that nobody was holding him, and he ran down to second. So we get a stolen base. It'll send Riley to the plate. Duvall is on deck. So they've got the option to pitch around Riley. Regardless, it would be it'd be a righty versus righty matchup, no matter how you look at it. So they may pitch to him and see if he chases, just like Ozzie chased. Ozzie chased two of those pitches out of the zone. So Riley digs in, leans back. Here's the shimmy shake, the delivery, and it's a cutter way outside, and it's 1-0. Love to see a wild pitch here, a balk, a flubber that somehow finds its way into the outfield and drops. Anything would score a run. Much movement as Jansen does. You'd love to see him pick a balk on her. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a cutter called for a strike. A little high in the zone, but it's 1-1. Blues had a wide strike zone all night. Don't know where his dinner plans are, but he definitely has them. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Jansen to Riley. He does the shimmy shake, double clutches, and swung on, fouled back high and out of play. And we'll do it again at 1-2. In the Dodgers' ninth inning, the dangerous bats of Chris Taylor, Bellinger, and Pollock all back to back to back. So two righties and a lefty. Matzik does such a great job against righties. Here's the 2-1-2 pitch. It swung on and missed strike three, and that's going to end the inning. Here we go. It's what everybody wanted, wasn't it? We're heading to the top of the ninth, and the bullpen doors are swinging open, and Will Smith is heading to the mound. You're listening to Braves Baseball.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Make 2021 your year. Learn with purpose with the Great Courses Plus. You'll have unlimited access to enlightening, engaging, in-depth video and audio courses on hundreds of topics taught by incredible professors. And you can learn anywhere, anytime with the Great Courses Plus app. What purpose awaits you? Find out today with a free trial. Sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio. Remember, thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, hit high and deep into center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama, ding dong. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4 on the bat of Freddie Freeman. The crowd is going bananas. Welcome back here at Atlanta Braves Baseball. We're 3 outs away from going to the World Series. If we can just hold on here, it's Will Smith. He'll face Taylor, Bellinger, and Pollock. The 3 guys that gave us the most problems just a few days ago. But this is how you do it, right? You got to earn it. We'll see if Will Smith has his good stuff. He's pitched well in this postseason. So here's hoping. Cross everything, Atlanta fans. Atlanta is 3 outs away from facing the Houston Astros in the 2021 World Series. Last time the Braves were in the World Series was 1999 versus the New York Yankees. They were swept. It was a few months before Y2K. Your president was Bill Clinton. There was no Twitter. There was no Facebook, YouTube, you name it. How the world has changed. Here's the first pitch, and it is a dropped bunt attempt by Taylor. He misses it, and it's 0-1. Braves lead it by just 2 runs, trying to keep the tying run from coming to the plate. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a slider in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Eddie Rosario and Tyler Matzik have been your heroes so far tonight. Rosario hit a 3-run home run to give the Braves a 4-1 lead, and then Matzik came in and struck out the side with nobody out and 2 away. Here's a 1-1 pitch, and it's in the dirt, and Taylor holds off of it, and it's 2-1. It's that slider that Smith tries to get Rice to swing at, and when it doesn't come close to the zone like that one, he gets in big trouble. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a fastball at the knees for a strike. It's 2-2. Love seeing Smith when he's aggressive like that. You can almost bet your bottom dollar he's going to try that slider again on 2-2. If it stays enough in the zone, it's very difficult to hit and stays down. Here's the 2-2 pitch swung on. That was a fastball this time, and he fouls it out of play, and it's 2-2. Braves lead by just 2. 3 outs away. 2-2 is the count. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And swung on, strike 3. High cheese right past the letters. And the Braves are 2 outs away from shocking the baseball world. We've heard all year long this team wasn't good enough. They didn't belong. And even up 3-1, the national narrative has been that they were bound to not show up in these games. Well, so far, they've shown up in a big way. But it's the left-handed bat of Bellinger standing in the way. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball down the pipe at the letters. It's 0-1. Bellinger, a very patient hitter, knows that his run doesn't realistically matter. It's the next guy up. He'll try to get on any way he can. Tyler Matzik hangs over the rail. Minter hangs over the rail. Here's a slider just below the knees, and it's 1-1. It's one of those pitches that you wish you had. You want that call, but it probably was a ball. So here's the 1-1 pitch from Smith to Bellinger, and it's low and outside fastball, and it's 2-1. Braves 4, Dodgers 2. Two outs away from the World Series. They got to get 2 really good batters before they can get through this. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Bellinger, and swung on, fouled back out of play, and it's 2-2. Smith almost looking stoic on the mound. You hope that's a good thing. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a fastball high and outside the zone, and it's 3-2. AJ Pollock, 2 for 3 with 2 doubles, is standing at the on-deck circle, and if he gets on, if anyone gets anything going, Albert Pujols, of all people, is in the hole. Here's payoff pitch, and swung on and missed. Strike 3. Yak 'em. We're 1 out away, Braves country, from a trip to the World Series. Braves lead. Four to 2. AJ Pollock comes to the plate. He pauses a second as he digs in. 2 for 3 with 2 doubles. Pujols, the tying run, stands on deck. Whatever superstition you got, do it. Here's the first pitch, and it is a slider at the knees, and that was a strike, but they're going to call it a ball once again. My word, I hope Barksdale doesn't follow us in the next series. It's 1-0. The Braves have a full-blown shift on. Anything hit to the right side is going to be a dribbler through the hole. So here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop. Dance through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Take that. Oh, baby. What a scene on the field. They're all jumping around. Here's hoping nobody gets hurt. But they are dancing around. What a great series by the Los Angeles Dodgers. To their fans and their players, what an incredible series. This one just means so much to Braves country. As we blew a 3-1 lead last year, we have not been into the World Series in 22 years. But come Tuesday night in Houston, we'll have first pitch for the Atlanta Braves and Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac McGee. Go dance in the streets, baby.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The winning run of Ozzie Albies. He got a pretty good jump, flew under the tag, picked the perfect pitch to go on. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Here's a swung on, and it is roped down the line. It's going to rattle around, and oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzie Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word, the first pitch, and it is absolutely scoop-a-doop down the line. How about that? How about that? The Atlanta Braves whole comeback and score a run in the ninth inning, bottom of the ninth, and walk it off. This team has more lives than a cat.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football. You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to 50.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take me out to the ball game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, as Wake Up Y'all is ending. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.